Hey, good time zone artifacts. A happy birthday to all of those around the world. Well, they went and did it. They've announced the next event in Arknights. 1 week from today. It's happening. Viviana. Arturia. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce the event's name. It's German. I can tell you that much. I also saw the E2 art for Arturia, and it's crazy. She's a weird character, but her art... Oh, now I'm intrigued and also scared. Hope you have rolls saved. We got Hodorer in 1 roll, so yeah, we're good. We are good. It's gonna be a... Well, I guess this one's almost over, so it's not quite an Arknights month, but it's close to it. Last day of the month, yeah. Alright, the game is launched.
Doing well lately, Doctor?
Wabam. Special appreciation gift. They love me. You have prepared the following items because we appreciate you. Thanks. Oh no, it's a headhunting. I was like, are they already announcing in-game? Now it's a headhunt. Bagpipe and Hoshiguma. Alright. Last time. In the whirlpool that is passion. We met a new lady, Magdalene, a gardener in Brentwood, which, as we know, has been occupied by the Sarkaz. She was allowed to keep her job as a gardener because she was being protected by a Sarkaz officer who liked her flowers. So while everyone else was put into hard labor, building some sort of device, a massive witchcraft circle, I suppose you can call it. Not sure if it was an actual circle, but tied into those circles that were scattered around Victoria. The Sarkaz had originally promised to let the town go once they had finished building the construction. However, the Sanguinarch changed their plans, and to, in fact, activate this ritual circle, the town had to be sacrificed. The officer protecting Magdalene tried to warn her to leave so that she wouldn't be sacrificed, but she didn't leave. Luckily, there was no sacrifice, because she had actually given safe harbor to Rock and Feist briefly. And so the Self-Salvation Corps was nearby when the ritual began. They stormed in to save the day, but they were low on manpower, so they couldn't do much. But thankfully, the Exemplars were also nearby, and that their ragtag army is the one who really stepped in to fight off the Sarkaz and save the civilians from being sacrificed. In the meantime, the Doctor and Amia and Logos were also arrived on the outskirts of Brentwood. And so, well, actually, the dynamic trio were already technically under Brentwood, but they also met up with the Doctor and everyone else. And everyone has come back together in one big, slightly dysfunctional family. Meanwhile, Reunion arrived at the distillery that had been used as a pharmacy in the past, found it occupied by refugees, some infected, some not. The leader, Maze, was calling herself Reunion, but she wasn't actually Reunion. She wasn't even infected, as it turned out. But she was hoping that she could, come with Reunion. She believed that Reunion had a nomadic city. I guess news of what happened to Chernobog has not yet reached everywhere. Unfortunately, some of the infected refugees decided to go randomly kill a Sarkaz because they're racist. And the Sarkaz was infected, of course, and blew up and set off a chain reaction that destroyed the distillery. And with it, ended the life of our boy Guard. But he did leave a final message for 9, talking about his feelings of how Reunion's going and what they need to be as an organization in the future. They need to be able to accept everyone, but also need to understand that just because someone's infected doesn't mean that we should necessarily protect them. If they are a source of misery, if they're part of the problem in the world, just because they're infected doesn't mean they get a free pass. And also, Noelle the long-lived guy thinks he has a lead on the person who turned him into what he is and wants to go to Londinium to find them. So we'll see if that goes anywhere. And I believe that's it. "1317, someone speak your mind. Be sincere as we communicate. Be honest as we enter the fray again." Yeah, we'll keep Typhon, it seems. That's good. Good. Since our scrap with Ursula, they've tightened defenses around that cave. W and her bombs helped us get out once, but that may not work a second time. We haven't been able to get close again, but I'm sure the drifting bones haven't returned yet. That is, I was sure until we all had the same dream. The ash-bleached city engulfed in flames, the shattered walls, the charred corpses piled in every direction. The city did not leave with the dream until we opened our eyes. The flames trampled every settlement, every clan. The place we called Castle no longer exists. Only fire and ruin remain. The despairing giants knelt down and wept. In ancient Sarkaz, the king of Sarkaz is dead. The king killed the king. Why? This should not be. Our city, Casdal. This would be a curse engraved upon the crown. This would be the beginning of the end of all. That Farinmut has returned. Tomorrow morning the attack begins. Siege and her exemplars will be responsible for the perimeter. Us and the Rhodes Rabbits and the Banshee will have to get deep into that way station. Where's that old bitch Calcit? She's sending us off on this suicide mission without making so much as a cameo appearance. Her injuries have not yet healed. Ascalon will look after her and the doctor. They will stay behind. Rhodes Island recently came under Confessorius attack. They were trying to take the bunny's crown. Huh, the crown. Hodor, you didn't tell the Victorians the truth. If your plan works, and we go back to Castle, what are you gonna do? Even your new Victorian friends are probably not gonna be okay with you bundling war criminals in with Sarkaz caught up in the war. Don't tell me you vowed to bring the Sarkaz home, but never thought through this little problem. Like, are you gonna head off to teach a class on historical reflections to this bunch of grunts dragged off the battlefield in that Castle basement university? No. Maybe I'll start a literacy class there. Make sure future Sarkaz have fewer illiterates like W here. Ha! Do my ears deceive me? Hodor did actually make a joke out of Innes's words? On such a serious topic? What's happened? Did sucking up to General Manfred teach you a little emotional intelligence? Huh. War's over. Back to Castle. Real funny. We're actually fantasizing about this stuff here. We're mercs, and that's all we're ever gonna be. You're such a lovely Cabernet, Ines. Maybe you could run off to Lithanian and become a governess for some hoity-toity nobles in a big tall tower. You could teach, let me think, how to keep your hair nice and silky in a war zone. How's that sound? Not interested. What are you daydreaming about? The battle's about to start. No, I just... Inessa's gaze shifts down to my feet ever so slightly. She's looking at my shadow again. What is it showing? I don't know myself. I'm so rarely calm before an op. Calm gives me a chance to think about all sorts of things. Few trivial things. I remember you said you wanted to open a shop in Casdal. Because I didn't have a place to fence stolen goods at the time. Oh yeah. How about we use the first round of tuition for my literacy class for your startup capital? I doubt that class is gonna earn you so much. On the other hand, kidnapping a Lithanian governess could fetch a decent ransom. Gotta be at least as much as 10 merc heads. Let's talk about it when we make it home for real. Yeah. Your mental state has me worrying if you can really handle this mission. Did those illusions or the art circles drive you mad? Maybe they did. In this moment of extreme calm, some tendrils of unease irritate my heart, causing hesitation. Amidst my own surprising thoughts, I find the reason for my anxiety. I'm worried they won't accept me because of some of my ideas. But I have to speak. The arrow is knocked. Pay no attention to this mopey idiot. Time waits for no man. Once we take the vampire and behead Teresa's, then you two can head back to Casdal and talk over all the interior decorating plans for your love nest. Teresa's. I've been thinking about this for a while, W. You may not like what I'm about to say, but I still have to say it. Ha! Throwing cold water on me before the fight? Pretty much. We can't kill Teresa's, at least not right here or now. It can't be the Sarkaz executing him. Ines was right. Those illusions did scramble your brains. Killing him means no Casdal. Whether now or for a good while later after the war. He has to be recorded as the regent, and even be praised by some. Are you out of your mind? I really don't feel like joking about this. We still need to stop the war, and I haven't changed my mind. But Teresa's has taken his place as a cornerstone of the Sarkaz future. Casdal won't survive another split, and this war, it can't end with another Sarkaz betrayal, with another Sarkaz civil war. Remember the plan I was talking about before? We need the Sarkaz here to pull out of Victoria before everyone hears about his death. Once everyone knows the Sarkaz have failed, and the threat of Teresa's is gone, what happens then? The Dukes will slaughter every last Sarkaz in Victoria without mercy. The revenge killings will spread to other countries in Centrum, and and all civilization will have a justifiable excuse to terminate the Sarkaz. They'll put together a coalition, just and reasonable, swift and decisive, to divide up all of Teresa's and Teresa's legacies. Can't you picture that? To be honest, I don't give a shit about any consequence of Teresa's dying. All I'm here for is the part where he dies. Coalition slaughtering Sarkaz? Weren't they doing that already? Does Teresa's dying mean all the devils are just gonna lose their will to fight back? Ha, no way. I don't buy that. He sent the assassins to kill Teresa, declared himself king, and dragged all of us into the mess we're in today. We don't need to sacrifice ourselves for his Khazdo, for his... Don't think you can keep yourself out of it, W. I thought I was gonna really let her have it. Really tear into W, this sad woman. Don't think of yourself as nothing. Do you think of yourself as nothing more than a merc? How many people have you brought from reunion to where we stand now? How many Sarkaz have you gathered? You're carrying their lives on your shoulders. I don't fucking care. But W is wavering. I know her too well. It's not like she hasn't thought about it. She isn't an uncaring leader at all. Looking at it objectively, a whole lot of mercs have stepped up to follow this madwoman. You have to care. You think you can just keep on killing people, keep on burying bombs in the dirt? You're leading those Sarkaz now. You have to think about how to deal with their hopes and dreams. You have to think through what their lives mean to you. But It's not just Teresa's. Don't forget, there's Teresa too. So from all perspectives, all we can be is their successors, the inheritors of their ideals. Two of them, they're the reason the Sarkaz could come together in the first place. That's not the real Teresa. That's a fake Teresa has cooked up. He can't fool me. W. Look at yourself. Who do you think you are? You couldn't accept Teresa's death. You're stuck in the shadow of Babel. Like, shut up. You think Amia is walking ahead of you. You think she's Teresa's hand-picked successor, that the King of Sarkaz should be thinking about this stuff. You look at her and see another Teresa. You think all you need to do is follow the king. Shut up. Are you trying to gross me out? You think you don't deserve to inherit anything. What kind of joke is this? You think you get me? You're my mentor now? You're gonna raise me, teach me, huh, Hodor? You're just a merc. Not much higher on the ladder than me. But you're so deluded you can stand up and call yourself a successor or whatever, of whatever. You're so gross. That little bunny, I'm gonna follow her? She was in the right place at the right time to be chosen. Chosen by Teresa to become the leader of Rose Island who stopped the reunion, and Tallulah, who broke her way into Londinium today. But what about you, W? What exactly does Teresa mean to you? Some distant, ethereal symbol who once gave you a place to stay? One specific flesh and blood royal, or the path she stood for? For this land to fall into peaceful slumber. Ugh. So, that's why I say she's a fake. Ines, how have you managed to hold back from killing him this long? Because I'm not deluding myself most of the time. Ah, spare me. Whatever, Hodoer. I know what I have to do, and I'm not going to kill you to shake up morale this time. You should be kissing my feet. Polish that sword of yours good. We've got a war tomorrow. She ran off again. Do you really think she could be a decent leader? She's organized a whole lot of mercs. Are they really mercs, though? How much money does W have to hire them? And how much does she earn for them with the things she does? Alright then, why are they following her? No matter what she says, whether it's revenge for Teresa, hunting down the assassins, or just randomly bombing her way across the land, she's definitely walked her path. The ones who follow her really are sad, but people forget how young she is. She's got a lot of room for improvement. We can hope. Also, the startup capital for your shop, not a joke. I know. How young is she? They look the same age. The Exemplars is fully equipped. Some of the Londinium Self-Salvation Corps volunteered to join our team. Yes, tallying up the remnants of the various ducal forces, we've gathered refugees who want to join the fight, and these militiamen from the Self-Salvation Corps. We have the strength of roughly 6 or 7 platoons. Siege. We'd best formally establish the military structure of the Exemplars, appointing officers such that our chain of command can. Lieutenant Shearer, this team is not a true military unit. It's not the Victorian Army. True, we have some soldiers, but aside from you and the remnants of Duke Windermere's forces led by Delphine, the rest are ordinary folk who want to fight. Workers, farmers, merchants, and of course street ruffians. Should we forcibly incorporate them into 1 or 2 combat units, arm them, and subordinate them to officers, then what is the difference between us and the Dukes? The Exemplars is a fine name, but I believe it should bring the people nothing but hope. Or to speak less grandly, it should bring the people something intangible, the likes of which the Duke's high-speed battleships can't bring. Which is to say, the Exemplars should not be the heroic force captained by the heir of the throne wielding the realm blade. I'm rather repulsed by such titles. But then, how are we to organize our combat operations? Speaking of combat operations, a considerable portion of our team has not undergone any regular military training. When in Londinium, do as the Londinias do, eh? Just as we did in Chetley, just as the Salvation Corps did in Londinium. We're killing the Sarkaz in our familiar way, with our familiar friends. No offense, Sarkaz. None taken, no harm done. The ritual has been terminated, but the blessing bestowed on the Sarkaz blood has not completely gone with it. Over Londinium Way, ancient witchcraft stirs. Our mortal enemy operates with unknown purpose, but the urgency they reveal presents an opportunity for a breakthrough. We will be extra cautious. Then, let's snatch that bone back. The plan was a success. The Victorian attack did distract a portion of the forces here. We're in, and it's here. Are you the Sarkaz from last time? How did you? Is this a joint attack with the Victorians? Sorry. Kill the traitors! Kill these Sarkaz traitors! Ursula isn't here to welcome us. Logos guessed right. Looks like she's too busy. Ha! You didn't let me come in last time. This sucker's huge. Can I blow it into 2 halves? No, stay with the team. Get into its spine and seize its operator. Amia. Yes, I feel it. He's here. I follow the Banshee's gaze to the shadow cast on the rock. I assume this is still Hodor. A hint of blood invades my nostrils. Does this skeleton have veins? Actually, it might be on Mia, though. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter too much. We're battling now.
No need to make a scene.
A new challenge.
Put her there. We'll help out with the bomb as well.
Feels fresh every time. Let's pick up the pace.
Your lives are mine to protect. Radical strategy, but I can work with it.
Picked out your bait yet?
Feels fresh every time. Come on. Let's pick up the pace.
Of course, the guy spawned right when I pushed the bomb.
I know what nothing can mask the scent of despair. You saw nothing.
Let's kill these guys out of the way.
Moving to
There we
designated.
go.
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Where do you wish this endless burn? You needn't bear.
Moving to designated location. I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Feels fresh. Feel like a shooting star. That's what they say.
God, this will keep you quiet.
It took me a while to realize that
Moving to designated location.
you don't have to always hit the bomb to move it. You just have to build up its speed.
Hesitancy is forbidden on the battlefield. Do not disregard me.
Any instructions for me? Feels fresh every time. Haha, losing sight.
Wow, okay. Those guys are...
I'm prepared for endless burn.
Oh, come off. What?
The battlefield's all around you. Where do you think you're running?
Oh, snap. It's Ursula. Life Bones Commander, capable of giving blood calling altars the ability to produce amber. When defeated, will return to the blood altar and revive after a period of time.
Moving to designated location.
My gosh.
eyes blind by hatred.
Dags att välja vårt byte. Any instructions? Come on! Let's pick up the pace! Stay calm and nature should not be disturbed.
It doesn't last when enemies are near it, that's for sure.
Moving to designated location.
I can't.
Picked out your bait yet?
They stopped it right before it got there? Come on. Ines, it's up to you.
Don't keep me waiting. I know what to do. Don't order to sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Alright, I've had bombs trigger way further away than this one is. What is this?
Feels fresh. Every feels bad to lose your
Alive. Now ignite.
There we
I know
go.
what to do. Don't order me around.
Hesitancy is forbidden. A fine opportunity.
I know what to do. Don't order me around. You saw nothing.
Stay calm. Tune to your shadow.
Mission accomplished.
If memory serves, I have some potatoes planted over where they're running.
I'm getting tired of leaking a random guy, though. Like, none of these are particularly hard.
What blocks the way, I will burn through.
They're going pretty smoothly, actually.
Feels fresh. Every losing sight.
Your lives are mine to protect. Where do you wish your lives? Now ignited.
I'm headed into the thick of it.
Feels fresh. Every losing sight.
I'm listening. I know what to do. I will sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it. You saw nothing.
Feels fresh. It feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Judge by appearance and suffer the consequences.
Moving to designated location. I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Any instructions? Come on! Let's pick up the pace! Good timing.
Got us on your last words? No.
Get out of my home!
In position. Be advised. Target
Impotency is forbidden.
Fine opportunity.
Okay.
Feels fresh every. Haha! Losing sight.
They did not. The thing's not gonna be hit.
You ran into me.
Use Texas.
Moving to designated location.
Where do you wish this endless burn? You needn't beg.
Any instructions tail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
Got this will keep you quiet. Need speed to succeed.
There we go.
我今日的话拼命去 shadow。
Same battlefield, different day.
Odour, because why not?
Eyes blinded by hatred.
Got a problem that needs
Apparently she
solving?
does a lot of damage.
Need speed to succeed.
The battlefield's all around you. Where do you think you're running?
Rip.
Mission accomplished.
Medical team, please take tissue samples from the infected. We need to see the composition of the infection in this area.
All right, very good. Throw out your chest, march on. For victory we live and for honor we die. Hmm. Two different bombs and altars. And also weird spots for holes. I'm not sure. I guess they want a polar to go across the other lane or something. Don't know about that one. Oh, straight into combat.
ETA 6 mics.
The shadows are trembling.
A lot of casters.
Can your eyes keep up? Any instructions? Ah, losing sight? I'm in a good mood. Sucks to be you.
Stay calm.
Come on, let's pick up the pace.
Deploying.
Feels fresh. Ah, losing sight? With all of you behind me, I won't take a single step back.
Gonna use Swire for this
The
one real
plan
quick.
is 3, 1, kaboom! Your lives are mine to protect.
Ursula already. I already killed you once, Ursula.
Moving to designated location.
Roger, Wilco. Don't come any closer. Any instructions for me?
Yeah, try to take a step.
Feels fresh. Come on, let's pick up the pace.
I'm prepared for lives. Now ignited.
Why is Swire not permanently used? I don't need her right now.
Pass on your last words? No.
Roger, Wilco. Don't come any closer.
Where do you wish your lives? Now ignited.
By bad luck, you ran into me.
Mission accomplished.
Leto. Okay. This guy. Getting his own POV suddenly? In my wardrobe, I have a drawer specifically for collecting medals. The medal I received upon graduating from Sear Military College, the 15-year service medal from the Defense Forces, the Londinium Freedom Medal awarded to me by City Hall over four years ago, after quelling the chaos in the city. Deeper in the drawer are the remnants of a previous order, passed down through my family. The emblem of the View Vanguard, a piece of brick from Lingonet, and a golden cup awarded by His Majesty Corsica I. The king's name is Corsica? The cup is now split into two pieces, and the etchings on top are unclear. However, I remember the layout of each pattern, and the expressions on each relief figure. This is all that my parents, my uncles, and my aunts, all that they hoped for, the glory of Gaul, a glory that cannot be denied and would never fade. The cup is quite weighty. You should be able to sell it for a good price. The market for Gaulish pieces has always been brisk. Even if you just melt the thing and sell it as raw gold, it should be enough for you to easily buy an apartment in the finest part of any city. Here is the key to my home. Keep it. Things are in the wardrobe. Pick up place and start over. Forget everything that happened this past year. Call it a fleeting nightmare. Well, sir, it was you who saved me when those sarcasms were chasing me. You hid me in the Defense Forces office. I should probably be thanking you. I'm no longer the member of the forces or your Gaulish compatriot. You didn't have to. Take it. If you find anything else in the house you like, it's yours. The memories mean little to me anymore. You'll want to hide here for a while yet, until the situation stabilizes. The military commission has disarmed the defense forces. As it stands now, you're no different from the Victorian civilians to the Sark has. But our comrades are still outside. Some of them are, unsettled. I want to save them all. They've all been captured. I handed him over to the military commission myself. You what? The anger in his eyes deflates before it can reach a peak. A coward. I evaluated him as much in the past. He may have had some courage in battle, but ultimately he is a coward. He survives here with me in ignominy. He can't be compared to those warriors who resist the Sark as. He could never compare. Could I? Huh. I don't care. It's been a long time since I cared. Sir, what are you gonna do next? Me? The Sanguinarch of Vampires has been waiting for me for some time. Stay here, wait until it's all done before you go. If you want to live, you'd best pray that when you open the door, the cheering you hear is Victorians and not the devils. Cheering Victorians. The first thing that comes to my mind is surprisingly that Victoria will win. No, it's probably just a force of habit. Naturally, I hope that Teresis will win. That's the prerequisite to him restoring Gaul. All my sacrifices, all my betrayals, all my unforgivable sins were enacted in the service of Gaul. Yes, of course, I serve Gaul. I hope. Groups of people are led out by the Sarkaz forces, heading for the city walls in the distance. The Sarkaz intend to fortify Londinium, and I'm afraid the final battle lies right before us. Do they plan to defend the Victorian capital? Perhaps. Some of the men cast resentful glances at me. I know them. We once shared a toast. No one stops me. Sarkaz don't care where I go. Even if you open the door for a caged foul beast, where can it fly? There's, Clovicia.
Renee Leto, I didn't expect to encounter you in like this. This may be a good sign. At least you haven't been executed by the Sarkaz. You do have time to chat.
I knew you. You're Clovicia, the little leader of the Self-Salvation Corps, yes? We've cleared out all your bases. The remaining forces should have all fled Londinium. Why are you still here?
Some of the thanks go to the defense forces, and some go to the casters for keeping her promise. Archilby Asher did indeed ensure the smooth evacuation of the Self-Salvation Corps.
The Duke of Castor. I guessed your identity a long time ago, but now, no matter which of the dukes you're vassal or puppet of, I no longer care. I may not know how capable you are, but Londinium as she stands is no place for a rebellious child to be wandering around. Go back to your hiding place. Treasure the fact the Sarkaz have not caught you yet. I'll pretend I never saw you.
Leto, you've been cowering in Londinium for a long time. After losing contact with the Self-Salvation Corps, I quickly found new objectives to work on within Londinium. We were betrayed too, and I don't even know who the traitors were. But I don't have time to dwell on that. The situation within the city far surpasses our understanding of a nomadic city under occupation. What's happening now is something you won't find in the history books.
I know that better than anyone.
But have you seen what's going on outside the city? I've seen the Sarkaz art circles, the red light in the sky, the war machines in their many forms, things unlike the military equipment of any ordinary nation. I've seen hexcrafters floating in midair, seizing control of the sky, forcing drones and arts alike to fail. I used to think the descriptions of the Sarkaz military and the so-called Naxahir are tall tales. Literary embellishments for horror's sake. I don't think that anymore. When death itself opens its doors, what man-made hell do we face?
And what are the dukes?
Ducal armies, they're resilient, grand, but they stand on the horizon, out of reach. I suppose you may be feeling guilty and melancholy, perhaps mixed with a dash of pride. You ponder the cruel choices you've made, but your mission is now accomplished. I guess you proposed a deal to Teresis regarding nomadic cities that once belonged to Gaul. Londinium is too small, she can't contain the Sarkaz ambition. He is simply using this place to provoke the expansionist lust of Terra's other powers. Do you honestly believe he cares at all for your Gaul? Londinium's fall is complete, but you're no fool, you see it. The military commission of Castle has no intention of occupying Victoria.
Correct, I am no fool. I never once placed my hopes in Teresa's keeping his word.
And yet you still had a hand in so many tragedies. Are you trying to create an opportunity, like what the Sarkaz are doing for Kasdal? Perhaps this war will exhaust the Ducal's militaries, making space for the ghost of Gaul to return to the land of the living. But the question is, do you actually believe that, Rene Leto?
What else can I believe in? I've admitted my weakness. Do you need me to admit my stupidity, my despair, my irrelevance? What do you want from me?
Cooperation. The Self-Salvation Corps, those resisting the Sarkaz, those struggling for survival among Victoria's nonsensical nobility, they all still have a chance. And that which you seek, your so-called Gaul, may also exist within that chance.
Gaul, oh Gaul. It seems you're still willing to fight. For a person like you, the dusty rubble is a platform from which to grab the next ledge. For you, those like you, for the military commission. You are strong enough to subvert a nation, to change the course of history, not to mention manipulate the fate of one or two men like me.
Enough of the self-pity. There is still much we can do before hell descends upon us. Whether you consider this a form of atonement, or the beginning of a new struggle, doesn't matter to me. But Leto, I hope we can...
Now then, oh great one, can you tell me? How might I save myself? There it is. You haven't a clue yourself. Let me by.
You really won't turn back?
I won't.
Then I can't say I wish you well. Your hands are stained with the blood of so many, and the blood of my friends, and you carry on with such despicable decisions. Rene Leto.
That will do then. Run along now. The Sarkaz are coming. I still have to say goodbye. Maybe there is more to meet the eye with Clavicia. Oh boy, French. C'est lingone bainun noyeux de l'homme. L'homme, I don't know. Apologies to everyone. Le champ de bataille est chargé d'amertume et de pion. Mais ce jour viendra, c'est certain, pour juger à mort les agresseurs. Pour juger à mort les agresseurs. Should we translate that? We should probably translate that. Alright, the shop. Massager Lindra. These Lingone bathe our eyes in tears. The battlefield is full of armor and sorrow, but that day is sure to come to judge the aggressors to the death. View Vanguard living in the city. Why is he the first thing to come to my mind in this moment? Name, rank, unit. Your baton is pressed against my waist rather harshly, sir. Ferme's law, report. Name, rank, unit, soldat. Lingone's Youth Vanguards, 2nd Regiment de la Garde Sautante Coproletto. Senile old man. Well, I gave him a young man's voice, so we'll change that. My unit. Yes, your unit. I've never seen you before. You have. You've just forgotten, sir. Have I? L'Empereur Sa Majesté, he ordered me to recover here. But I want to know what's happening on the front lines. Le Roi Sorcier, the wicked witch king. Did our fleet destroy him? I saw it on television. The Victorian Duke with the great, big, huge beard. His army. Do they wish to betray Sa Majesté, our great emperor? Do they stab? They will stab him in the back, too. Sir, Londinium has fallen. C'est bien, good. I'll be promoted to the View Vanguard. You. It's not your time yet. You still need to prove yourself. He's nearly 90 years old. He's been not entirely there for quite some time, forgetting nearly everything. For decades, his mind has remained in the golden age when the Gaulish men joined Corsica's the first march into Lithuanian. The nurses always said he had only a year to live, but he's still here. He's lived to see Gaul become history. He's lived to see Londinium teetering on the edge of her grave. Before I left the defense forces, I issued one last order to guarantee the safety of this sanatorium. This is the only thing I did for myself in my entire long service to the forces. I brought you Reims champagne from Lingonnet, your favorite. Have a seat, won't you? A fine drink, Corporal. Laissez Lingonnet, bagnant nos, no, you. It was a he who was singing, okay. De l'âme. Le chant de bataille et charge d'amertume de pain. Pour juger à mort les agresseurs. When you sing that song, it's as if there was never any pain. as if you never aged a day. Oh, that's a new lyric. It's a new line. Closed the translator too soon. Notre drapeau sera toujours glorieux. Glorieux? Not sure. Our flag will always be glorious. I've never seen Lingonay. You told me again and again about those magnificent halls, the flourishing road networks. Do you remember Golding, the girl who visited you with me so many years ago? She's dead. She died for this cruel, unshakable, blood-stained world. And I'm the one of the murderers responsible for it all. I don't know what to feel for her, but she's gone. She's out of my sight and she'll certainly never see me anymore. I'm frightened, sir. A girl called Amia says that all I've done was done out of cowardice. I once confessed to Golding that my only goal was to survive the ruin to come. But I still hope, even if it's just a pretext, I still hope, that from the ruins a new Gaulishman will rise. No, that's not it. I wish Golding could keep on teaching the children. Under the sunshine, among the fragrance of the flowers, her persistence was truly beautiful. But me, I'm the one who... I've done all I can, sir. It's tiring. Do you think we still have a future? He's fallen asleep minutes ago. Right then. I draw my saber, a sword that once belonged to a Gaulishman. I think it might be better to let him remain in that dream before the Sarkaz force their way in. At least, it will be a splendid dream. But me, despicable man that I am, dare not reach out to pollute. The blood of the aged youth vanguard splatters my hands. The Prince of Blood himself, the sanguinarch of vampires, looks silently at the extravagant decor of the Victorian palace. The expression on his face could be described as serene. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if Leto came over here or not. You came, Leto. Here I thought you'd find somewhere to hide. No, of course not. I was always going to come find your highness. You seem spirited today. I'm pleased. Ever since that old Gaulish teacher of yours died, you've been quite the buzzkill. I made a bet with my children. They wagered that you were about to die. But I believe in you, Leto. A drink with me to the feet of your enemies. The death of a nation of Victoria. I'll begin the ritual myself, bestowing the most ancient curse, the most tragic end. And so I will be leaving soon. Even my own kin don't enjoy such an honor. You should be grateful. You know, Your Highness, by the time I was born, Gaul's capital had already been razed by the Duke of Wellington and his despicable accomplices. A city annihilated as one breathes a sigh. Now it seems you will do the same to Londinium. Will you weep for her? I just didn't expect it. Duke Wellington dismantled Lingonay, pulling those mobile plates apart. So silly, so boring, the Victorians. Would you like to settle the blood debt with your own hands? I admire your persistence. I could grant you such an opportunity. Your Highness is most magnanimous. I bow deeply, but I feel his gaze lingering on me. Ah, pathetic. Mean, fickle, cowardly, self-righteous, begging for mercy out of fear, self-destructing out of despair. But I'm still very curious about you. In the scheme of your insignificant life, we've spent quite some time together. Do you really think you can kill me, Leto? You won't. My very blood grips my heart. You may think to yourself, this Sorkaz is so arrogant, so contemptuous. On the contrary, Leto, considering what I am about to see, I am positively filled with affection for you. You are a fool, yes, despicable indeed. But you should cherish your blood. At first, I thought they might have some more interesting uses. Such hasty farewells between us. The Gaulish man's sword. I do my best to reach it. The despicable man's sword. Poor man. Keep trying. Give it all you've got, and you might just reach the hilt. I'll grant. What is it you're trying to say? I'm saying... The blood cuts across my throat, cold, chilling. I see my filthy blood gushing from my neck. The crimson liquid stains his clothes and splashes his face. I'm saying I'll grant you my blood, vile leech. Surprised he's talking with his throat cut open, but sure. He's built different. You'll never boast about the purity of your blood ever again, because the despicable Rene Leto has polluted it.
A reasonable result. I'd doubt your ability to achieve your ambitions if coping with this was beyond you.
I doubt your ability to achieve your ambitions if coping with this was beyond you. That feels kind of mean. It's like how people can talk underwater. I mean, that's a little more reasonable, because you can, technically. It's not easy, especially making out, like, actually being able to, like, pronounce something, but, like, you can, technically. The Pillars of the Empire. Your Grace, I've successfully stolen into Londinium, and this was not done on impulse. As you've taught me, I'll never let personal emotion cloud my judgment, so please don't worry. I decided on this only after careful consideration. I miss the days we spent together and the life we enjoyed at Lincardine, but I'm sure I'll be more useful here. This place has more or less become the eye of the storm, accumulating momentum as news from all across Terra pours in rapidly. I'm sure I'll mature faster here, so you need not worry, and I won't be polishing the skills I need, now that I'm far from Lycardine. Another thing. I ended up reinvestigating the case of Papa's passing and he did indeed die from illness on his way back to Lycardine after the meeting. Mum, I swear to you that this investigation into the truth behind his death will be my last self-indulgent act. Delphine 1094. So she ran to Londinium in 1094. Looking to gain some independence and look into her father's death. Also, this paper here actually has like all the dukes: Duke of Wellington, Castor, Windermere, Cavendish, Stafford, Normandy, Godwin, Abercorn, Fife, and Ashworth. I don't think we've ever heard of Ashworth or Abercorn. Maybe Stafford too. Normandy's obviously a real place. I don't know if they've ever mentioned it in the game or not, but I wonder if that's all the dukes or if there's more. Oh, so we got her
doing well lately, Doctor?
her chips. Is that enough? Can we E2 her? No, we don't have enough prefabs still. They give us those, don't they? When do we get those? 21? Well, that's the last level. Well, that's not very useful. Guess we'll do it ourselves. We can. Can we make these yet, actually? Yeah, okay, we can. Where's Nian? There she is. Oh, she's low on morale. What's required to make prefabs? We have enough, probably. I don't actually know how much do we need? 8? And we have 1? 2, 3. Make 2. What else do we want to build? Yeah, blue poison, I guess. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Just enough. Oh, that's only the tier 4 one. Okay. And then the chips. Oh, they gave us the actual base chips. They didn't give us the real chips. Which is, we need 3 of. They could have saved us the time, just saying.
Products received. Products received.
So, does more damage to Sarkaz and has an extra storage thing and stuff. Cool. Elite Excellence
A
Medal.
higher position often means taking more responsibilities. But I'm sick of people in those positions using responsibility as a shield for their own selfishness. So I hope things will be different here. In any case, our partnership has, at least for now, taken another step forward.
Man, she's really critical. She's, I guess she's been through a lot. Her E2 art is actually really cool. I love that her mom's in the background. I also, as a cat as well, carrying her as a kitten. Very cute. Should she not be? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is I guess, you know, she's been through a lot, so fair enough, I guess. She actually has a module. What does her module do? Plus 30 ASPD when there are stored attacks. Increases damage dealt to enemies above 80% HP to 23% instead of 18%. The ASPD thing is pretty good because they are slow, so getting that extra ASPD when you have a stored attack. I think it's just per stored attack in general. I don't think it's per stored attack. Otherwise, that'd be 90 ASPD, which would be huge. But it sounds like it's just any stored attack. Upgrade the last of her skill. Oh, we need 2 of those. Ah, curses. Oh, so she's already at 64 trust. Does she have a trust boost on the episode or something? Ursula, Lifeborn's commander and the youngest major in the Kazdal Military Commission, fights not for any specific person or organization, but rather for the possibility that Kazdal can one day become a true country. Maro Chill Aura significantly reduces the ASPD of surrounding allied units and gives a blood-calling altar the ability to produce more amber. I just realized we have a... Is the X next to their abilities mean it can be silenced? Is that what that means? Yes, you can. I don't think the wiki's ever been updated on who you can silence nowadays. Because it's not showing her, but the character page does say so, but other characters have said so and it's not worked out, so who knows anymore. But I think that's what that X is, the silence symbol, I'm pretty sure, so. Neat. Anyway. The Oseos Isle. The enemy is pushing through this corridor of bones. Defeat them. Okay. I shall.
What blocks the way, I will burn through.
Enemy spotted. It'll be nice if they entered single file like the Knights do, though.
Been a while since we saw those guys. The little worms.
Can your eyes keep up?
Oh, I see. They've shipped both the bombs are on different sides.
With all of you behind me, I won't take a single step back.
Your lives are mine to protect.
Casters!
Feels fresh. Come on, let's pick up the pace.
I'm prepared to fight.
Need speed to succeed.
Where do you wish to be next?
Alright, yeah, that's just gonna keep coming back.
In position. Be advised. Target eliminated. Good timing.
Rip.
Any instructions for me? Haha, losing sight?
This will keep you quiet. Need speed to succeed.
Stay calm.
Any instructions? Haha, losing sight?
picked out your bait yet?
Roger, Wilco. Drawing the feed on the target. No need to panic.
Just got the edge of it in there. That's good. That's good.
Judge by appearance and suffer the consequences.
Feels fresh every... Ah, losing sight!
I'm prepared. Your lives now ignited.
私の出番?
Hesitancy is for no need to hold back.
Roger, Wilco. Be advised. Target eliminated.
Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Where do you wish this endless burn? You needn't bear.
I don't know why that middle guy hasn't moved. Guess he gave up.
Mission accomplished.
Medical team, please take tissue samples from the infected. We need to see the composition of the infection in this area.
$13.20 Sanguinary Billows. Witness his arrogance. Another straight line. Guess we're just running through corridors or something.
Vary the habit of fighting, each to your own.
Don't let them out of sight, even if your eyes are hurting.
A new challenge.
Ugh. Ugh.
Your lives are mine to protect.
Feels fresh. Feels bad.
Oh, those guys are here now too.
I'm prepared to fight.
With all of you behind me, I won't take a step.
Good enough.
And doublet.
In position.
Any instructions for me? Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Think you can shoot from there? You're gonna blow up? Probably.
What's in his power, break the silence first.
Stay calm.
Roger, Wilco. Drawing the feed on the target.
Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
This is not going as I had hoped. We're gonna have to use W there, I guess.
Sucks to be you.
Stay calm and make your move. No need to worry. I got your back.
Of course, now she's being shot there as well. Get out of here.
Need speed to succeed.
Any instructions for me? Any instructions for me? Come on, let's pick up the pace.
Oh my gosh, this bomb.
Picked out your bait yet?
That's not who I went to place. Oh well. Okay, now we have Exia here to help out, at least.
I know what you can't hide your fear.
Yeah. 3, 1, kaboom!
Feels fresh every time. Let's get
This endless burn.
Ah.
Concentrate.
Roger, welcome. Next is fire.
I think so, no.
I know what to do. I know what to do. Don't order me around.
Deploying.
Moving to designated location.
Any instructions feel like a shooting star. That's what they say.
Judge by appearance and suffer the consequences.
In position. In position. Be advised. Target eliminated. Deploying.
Mission accomplished.
Are we getting the Sanguinarch POV? How dull. Ain't no way. Did you think this would anger me? Offend me? Did you think I would kick your corpse in anger? Curse your insolence? I'm not going to do any of that, Leto. Renee Leto. Insignificant man. Same as the land itself in my eyes. In annoyance. Did you think this act would give meaning to your pathetic life? Still so conceited, Leto. I won't give you another thought, not so much as a momentary glance. Teresis. Vampire. If memory serves, I have some sort of role in your hypothetical military... Oh, not hypothetical, hypocritical military commission. But I haven't seen a war report from you in quite some time. Nor have you attended any military commission meetings in quite some time. You've always held the requisite command authority. Command authority? I don't need to command my offspring. They serve me naturally. They serve their court. Then you need to manage them better. The war's end approaches, and your underlings need to play a more significant role. Their wanton behavior vexes me. The Western Front is wasting time. This is necessary for the ritual. Even without enough blood and tears, how are we supposed to gather enough material for the witchcraft? You and Teresa told me about the ancient door you found, covered in scabs. The source of all Sarkaz's suffering, the origin of our fate, really behind that door? The preparations for the ritual are complete. But one of the nodes, the town of Brentwood, is under attack by our enemies. Are you dispatching me to resolve this trifling nuisance for you, Teresa's? Or that reminds me, oh Reverend Regent, of the military commission. Since the commission has noted this is such a crucial town, why did it not prepare any significant defenses? No shrouded casters, meat puppets, or any haphazardly bewitched flesh-woven brutes. I indulged you and your sister on account of your dazzlingly powerful souls. Weak Sarkaz call you regent, and the confessori have gathered around you, bringing Teresa back to you. The regent and the resurrected king of Sarkaz, what a fascinating pair of siblings. But all these owes to your actions, your power, not your status. Power. Well, I have blessed this battlefield in order to cast the grandest of curses. In my benevolence, as head of the oldest of the courts, have awakened the power hidden within the blood of the Sarkaz. And so, Teresa's, have you felt it? Does my boon delight you? Oh, but how much power can be drawn from your mixed blood? The end is near. It's making you restless. Conceal your weakness. Or shall I say, do you need a reminder or two? I will complete the final part of the ritual, proud regent, but it is not in the service of the narrow ambitions of you and your sister. Eyes always fixed on that nomadic city, bearing the false name of Kazdal. It's just another resting place in that painful river. Teresa is ready. The shard will soon unleash a power that Victoria could never imagine. The skeleton is waiting in the hub outside the encampment, and you can go from there to Brentwood. Exciting, isn't it, Teresa's? You will always wear such dull, lifeless faces. I've seen it, the black light rising over the horizon like a wall of obsidian that will eventually found a real city. You mock my impatience, but isn't silence the best way to conceal your deepest thoughts? If only I could go back in time and see it for myself. you can really, if you can really retrieve the power that could reshape this great land, that which the Sarkas first reached out to touch, or ingenium, then I will, on your behalf, spread the name of Gazdol to every scrap of land I set foot on. Why not send Manfred? Well, Manfred's failed like 3 times, so, you know. The Sarkas, my people, have abandoned their past for too long. They hate, they curse, they swear revenge upon our enemies. So disappointing. My people have forgotten even the origin of their bloodline, forgotten the name of our ancestors. They mate in numbness and sorrow, giving birth to generations of hideous, mixed blood offspring. They throw themselves in the shadow of the nomadic cities, hiding in the streets, begging invaders for food. I have lost interest in Victorian blood, and the Sarkas who have satisfied with it, they infuriate me even more. From the moment the Sarkas first called themselves Sarkas, from the moment this world alienated them, it's enough to drive one mad with rage. Just thinking about that door, apparently Teresa's found. I like my doors. There's a lot of cool doors in this game.
My prince, the drifting of the Sfarenmut is about to end, and we will soon arrive at the way station near Brentwood. The town has been occupied by Victorians, and they are clearing out your creations.
Creation. Those mindless insects are nothing more than a few drops of residual blood carelessly spilled by the children of the Crimson Court while painting runes on the crystals. Let the Victorians celebrate their victory.
My mistake. Forgive me, Your Highness.
I look at the military commission's major, a Sarkas. Teresa's has arranged so many children to wander outside the court in this system of his. You are called Ursula.
Yes, Your Highness.
Your blood is mixed with too much alcohol. I can forgive hedonism and indulgence, but your hesitation disappoints me. I can wash those away for you, Major.
I am grateful for your benevolence, my prince, but I can handle myself. I will endeavor to do better.
She bows her head, the nerves have gripped her. But at least these mixed-blood children understand how to resist, which compensates somewhat for their ignorance. Ursula the Time Stealer, a popular household story. Ursula has taken the reins of this particular skeleton. Amusing.
Just a coincidence, Your Highness. When I took the name, I never thought I would really be any kind of hero.
Hero? Ursula was a coward. He couldn't even look directly into the eyes of this barren mutt, daring only to hide in the turbulent current it stirred up, waking some of the people immersed in the illusion. So I sent him on a mission, of course, to save many people. Hollow murmurs echo throughout the space. What is there? Have recognized me at last? Dead silence. Its intelligence has long been stripped away. Only an empty shell remains to react.
My prince, we are nearly there. We may encounter some illusions.
No need to remind me. I've dealt with this far more than you ever have. The Ashen Castle sent to its doom in diabolic flames. They sweep through the tents of all the clans. I can hear the roar of the flames. I can hear the lamentations of the flames. Why are we still surrendering? Why are we still weak? Are you satisfied with this? Are you satisfied? Then I, on your behalf, and my ancient kin kneel and weep in the ruins. The king of Sarkaz is dead. The king killed the king. I know he's just a ripple in the illusion. I know it is our unchangeable history. In ancient Sarkaz, you worked hard to build this Ashen Castle, and the Sarkaz have a home again. But doesn't its diminutive size infuriate you? The Outblood invaders deprived the Tikaz of their ancestral land, so you started to compromise, shrinking and distorting this, which stands for your home. To a plain, a circle of fields, until you can only call it your city, your village. This is the starting point of Sarkaz's weakness. And now I look back from the end point.
The illusions are over.
The skeleton has returned to its lair.
My prince, it is my duty to remind you that the forces in control of the Brentwood Core Art Circle are nearby. They may not be aware of the skeleton, that the skeleton leaves a trace. Our return may have been exposed. Your power is undeniable, but among our enemies there may be...
No matter. Have our enemies destroyed the ritual nodes? The battlefield art circles cast by the skeleton were merely the tendrils, extremities of the Crimson Court's grasp. In any case, since we've come to the end, allow me to personally stand at the center of this most ancient ritual. The sun is rising. The first rays of blood red have already spilled through the damaged cave of the way station. A new day. But this day will be different from all the sorrowful days that have come before. Far chaser, eh? Yeah. The crowned hunter, our first king of Arknights. Your soul still lingers among the myriad after thousands of years. Enough dark clouds have accumulated atop the spire known as the Shard. The fools victorious see this storm as nothing more than a spear to be thrown. How shallow their inherently corrupt nature, always inclined towards conflict. I close my eyes, feeling the art circles composed of blood-red crystals. Feeling all the blood that has flowed through this land since the war. No, since we degraded ourselves into Sarkaz. They tremble at my mercy. They boil at my call. If you watch us yet, the descendants of your lost homeland, if those distant legends have been distorted and painted over are not lies, then let the suffering in that cradle descend again. Let us reclaim the lost fate of the T-Kaz. A drop of blood drips from my eye. It flows down my face. Such a distant voice answers me. It's as if I could reach out and touch it. That door, long buried in dust and smoke, is slowly loosening. The storm over Londinium is playing a new movement. It seems something is missing. A loud noise.
As we thought, the Victorians are attacking here. We will do what we can to buy you time to complete the ritual, my prince.
The Victorians. Teresa's, you really have surprised me. No, girl called Ursula. You're not facing any such Victorians. Our guests deserve to witness this moment. Another pure blood, still a young Nell, and the usurper, king of Darkaz.
No matter who they are, the military commission's plan must be executed. I'll strengthen my connection with the Ferrymutt as much as possible in order to prevent them from reaching this place. My prince, please.
You have no standing from which to advise me, and I do so want to see what cliches they will spout at me this time. What moments of despair can they show me? Now then, Major, you stay here. This dispensable work of yours is over. How many years have these hollow skeletons gone unfilled? 4 centuries? 5? At the time, I was not yet master of the Crimson Court. At the time, I could still hear the arrogant whispers of the putrid war king. I could hear the sounds of the arch lyre of Jal torturing the night away.
There's Jal again. Still don't know what that is.
At the time, even if the vampires were hostile to them, these mighty souls, surging with hatred and faith, made my heart swell. At the time, the Sarkaz were already a scattered people with no home to call their own, but at that time, I could see the remnants of their proud souls.
Ruin.
A sea of blood devours the curse. Are you still toying with these pathetic words, these false courses, Banshee? Why don't you face the power that truly belongs to you, the power gathered in your blood? Isn't the elegy you can sing now so much more melodious? Alas, you are silent, never to open your mouth.
Vampire, what is it you're trying to reach? This is no ritual recorded in Sarkaz literature. What is it calling? Is it... I think I see a seed. You're trying to awaken it with the millennia-old witchcraft, to nourish it with the art circles in the battlefields, and control it with the storm over the shard. You must be stopped. You'll destroy Londinium. It'll be nothing but a heap of rubble full of originium. No, not only that, at this scale, with this much power, I can even see the revenge of the Sarkaz will drag all of Terra into the abyss.
Revenge, Countess. You still claim to be the king of Sarkaz, but your views are so biased. 200 years ago, a coalition of Terran nations destroyed Kazdal once. And now, do you think we would bring pain and destruction to Victoria as simple vengeance for their conquest 2 centuries ago? I am disappointed once again. The black cloud lingers over your head. Indeed, this is yet another ridiculous thing wrought by the King of Sarkaz. Killing an enemy and butchering a country, burying a city and annihilating a culture. These things are not different for the Sarkaz. These are far from enough to be called resistance. We've come to Londinium, this outblood capital, not for any retaliation. Seed. Not a bad description. Watch and see what sights this seed will bring. You're an narrow-minded one, vampire. No flower of words can change the nature of what it is you're doing. You call me silent. Rest assured, vampire, you will hear me speak. Fetters fall heavy on your body. Amia. The black crown appears over the outblood's head. A black spear pierces my scapula.
What? So easy? No, it's not.
Fresh blood gushes out. The king of Sarkaz has opened a wound for me. This is the blood so preciously bestowed to me and my ancestors for millennia. I carefully select the blood of my choice. The masters of the Crimson Court have a responsibility to, day after day, wipe away even the most minute hint of impurity. But the reason we are so pure is not that the bloodline has never been lost, never been defiled, but because I finally found it. A drop of blood. It has been passed down through the millennia. Tigaz blood.
I'm not sure this is how blood works, but I don't know.
The land falls silent, the rivers stagnate, the air moans. The entire world turns solemn. As I reach out my hand, it floats slowly in front of me. It does not drip. It only goes up. Up.
His blood. He's going to complete the ritual.
Tigaz's blood is now gone from our world. The incantation left in Londinium was just destroyed in that instant. What's happening in Londinium? Amia, end this battle quickly. I feel some kind of... Don't be so hasty, honored guests. Blood crawls over the bones. Bloodstains emerge from the decay. It's just a great opportunity. In the sight of the first curse, perhaps today we can bid farewell to the last King of Sarkaz. Are we fighting him?
That was close.
I forgot that was the end of the level. Ah, I was ready to fight.
Anyway, good thing I managed to pull through in the end. Sorry, Doctor. Please give me a minute. I need to get my emotions under control.
The Archon of Sanguine, Regent's crimson iron upon the nameless sea. That's 4 bombs with 1 big altar or something? What's happening here? Vampires are the worst. I'll be happy if we can kill this guy. Wow? What do you mean, wow? How could you not hate vampires by the past 3 episodes? A few fragments, perhaps more than a few moments. Fragments? I don't know. For a few moments, perhaps more than a few moments. No Sarkaz dares to speak. For a few moments. Whoops. It takes a. Let's restart. It takes away all things and shapes all things. What is that? The blessing of the Sanguine Arc left the Sarkaz hasn't faded. Just now. Could the doctor have been talking about? Blood rises from the spine of the Farron Mutt. Apparently only a drop, but it draws all eyes. It leaves the intertwined bones dancing in the dim cave, rising in the freshly sprinkled sunlight. A drop of blood, just one drop of blood. Pure blood. Glorious blood. It has been wounded, it has been betrayed, it has been forgotten to the point of being spurned. For millennia, the land called it a disaster, treated it as an enemy, trampled it until it abandoned its glory and defiled its body. T-Kaz became Sarkaz, their homeland lost. Today, the blood of those of the homeland returns from history. All men across the lands should pay tribute to it. The beat of blood dissolves and silence reigns. No explosions, no vibrations, no grand visions or chaotic whispers. Even if blocked by the hills, all eyes turn toward Londinium. At this point, all the storms called by the Shard feel like nothing but harmless drizzle. Now, what gathers atop the tower can no longer be called just a dark cloud. The storm has become a cradle.
Hodower, W, look alive. Do it. W, where are the bombs you buried? Hit your detonator now. Don't have to tell me twice. No guesses, Hodower. We can only take on opponents we know we can handle. I know. W bombs tore through the defensive line. We've got to break through. Tangled with them way too long. Ami and Logos went on ahead of us. They'll deal with the worst of our troubles. As for the others, we'll follow the path they cleared and climb the Firmament's bones with those gangways.
Damn it, these guys. Don't let them get any further. Commander Ursula is pulling up the gangways.
The trembling nerve bundles begin to close and the bone gangways start to drift. The Farenmut has decided not to let anyone walk on its spine.
The traitors die here. We'll take their corpses to the tent of the Noxahir King to nourish our next victory.
Oh? Buried mines under the bones. Feels pretty good. Hodower, Enos, get ready. Shockwave incoming. The rising airflow of the grand explosion sends the three mercenaries into the air. Hodower adjusts his posture with some effort, looking down to see the cave being engulfed in flames. The Farenmut seems to sense something. It swings its body, its white tailbone slashing at the three like a whip. W, 3 grenades downward diagonal. Good idea. This is the last time I play along with your explosive shenanigans. The red-haired Sarkaz kicks up dust, and the black-haired Capernet weaves darkness. The scraps form beams, and the shadows form steps. An invisible staircase, stinking of gunpowder, spirals upwards and pierces the chest cavity of the hovering skeleton. The mercenaries rush into its hollow interior. This way to the core of the skeleton. Our target is Ursula. Find her, and we can control this thing we're walking on. Are you too sure we can get to this skeleton? Sounds like a little reckless, almost like robbing a caravan. We have to. Otherwise, Amia and Logos are fighting for nothing. So we open the car door, toss the driver out, grab the keys. Bam, my car now. Did you see the illusion this thing made, moving between its bones? You still haven't figured it out? This isn't some obscure story. Should I have figured something out? I forgot you don't care to learn history. A few hundred years ago, the Sarkaz killed a Farenmut that almost destroyed Kazdal. After it fell, there were various claims as to where it ended up, and one of those was that its consciousness didn't die with it, that it was split and sealed up into a bunch of different items. Now it seems that that claim is probably at least partly true. As for the unconscious shell, it was carefully collected before this war. They spent a lot of effort to modify it, and sure enough, it's playing a big role in the war for the military commission. Different items, huh? Ursula never carried a pocket watch before, not like she was ever on time in the Scar market. But if her watch is holding the Farenmut's consciousness, it's probably already very fragmented. The skeleton we're standing on isn't exactly dead, but it doesn't have much more than basic nerve reflexes. Ursula can only guide these basic reactions. We just need to pay more attention to them. A rain of bolts fall through the gaps in the bone, followed by an eerie glow of Sarkaz witchcraft. Take cover. Sure, just avoid the nerve bundles that can strike at you, and watch out for sudden bone spear thrusts, nothing to worry about. After all, this fella's been stripped down to nothing but bleached bones. There's still you, Ursula. You're more dangerous than this half-dead Fahrenheit. Done with your important work. I might be, if you weren't here to bother me. This bitch of the commander here, she's pretty rough for her own skeleton. Those bolts are still stuck in the bones now. Want me to help pull them out? I've got a pretty handy method.
Oh, it's that psycho.
Trying to kill my men right in front of me. Huddlewear, do you think too little of me?
Dangerous and chaotic power gathers in Ursula's fingertips as she prepares to cast her arts. But a moment before she can cast, a black shadow crawls up her ankle.
Yeah.
Ursula has to take a step to the right in order to shake off the persistent entanglement of the shadow. Her arts goes out of control, and a red glow shoots out from the damaged seams of the spine. The sound of a muffled explosion booms from the distant cave.
You've gotten rusty, Ursula. I guess you've been doing well for yourself in the Scar market. You're a bunch of survivors, I'll give you that. Back in Kasdal, I made quite bets with the old-timers on how many of you would actually collect on those jobs you were taking. As long as I bet on Hodor, Enos, and the later the Psycho W, I always made money. Sounds like you owe us a big cut. That's the famous sharp tongue of this W. Haven't you learned anything from Enos? This time, though, you took a wrong turn. 2 kings of the royal court are here, going all out, not to mention the king of Sarkaz. This place is never gonna be a safe haven when you can escape the war. Not the kind of place you can survive.
What about you? You heard about Teresa's trump card in Londinium? Assuming the consequences out there are way beyond anything anyone's ever seen before. You still think it's a fair price to pay for the Sarkaz to rebuild Kasdal?
That's enough chit-chat. Soldiers, end them here, while there's still time.
Major, look! One of the bones there.
Blood crawls along the bones, creeping toward them. Blood is filling the place, overflowing the damaged gaps, connecting the long, cold body. It's the Sanguinarch. Looks like he's ready.
It begins to glow or grow warmer. Power accumulates in the bones again. The spine sways left and right, audible creaking. The Fahrenheit resumes its roving.
So much blood. Ursula, where did all the blood come from? As if you need to ask, it's courtesy of that homicidal Sanguinarch. He slaughtered the place clean. No, their wrists.
Ursula and her men all have bleeding wounds on their wrists. Drip, drip, it starts to as beads of blood, then turns into ribbons and rivers. How much blood is in a human body? The blood flowing out of the guards joins with the bloodstains spreading over the bleached bones. I offer your highness my blood, prince of the Crimson Court. May you hunt unimpeded.
Let our blood flow for your swift chariot. Ursula, stop! Have you lost your marbles?
The Fahrenheit. It's about to move again. The currents of history might be about to sweep this place away.
That bitch wants to go down with us. I'm not controlling it. Blood has replaced muscle, tendons, and marrow. Isn't that enough to control it?
The guard's exposed skin is now visibly pallid. Ursula's complexion is also looking worse. Finally, the flow stops. A Sarkaz soldier will give everything for his lineage, not only his blood. Their skin shrivels. and finally they collapse.
It's an honor and a privilege, men. You stood with me to the end. We will meet again among the myriad souls. I told you, this skeleton isn't a place to escape. It's a place to it isn't a place to survive anymore.
Hurry. We need to take cover in the cabin. The illusions are already manifesting, and we don't know where they might go. It's creating waves. Look out.
Where does the vampire want to take us? Powderer?
I'm here with her. She's lost too much blood. Whether or not she's alive is all up to her now.
You might as well leave me outside, Hodor. I'd rather die with my men. You've killed so many old friends, there's no way you suddenly grow a heart today.
We can use you.
I told you, the skeleton's out of my control now.
You also said you're loyal to the Commission. If you think the military commission is a hope for the Castle to become a nation, then why is that guy calling himself a regent? Why does he need Teresa? Why does he think winning this war will secure a future for Castle? What is Teresa's thinking? Whatever. We'll talk after we've taken down this Farenmut.
What are you gonna do?
Our goal hasn't changed. We're going home.
Heh. Home. That was supposed to be the skeleton's last mission.
What?
It has a name. We codenamed it Lifebone. Nobody uses it much, but when General Manfred named it, he was talking just like you.
Just like me. Manfred.
We're enemies, so I'm done with questions. I'm just gonna wait to die. Well, I guess making it today is kind of an answer. You really think General Manfred is blind? That he doesn't know what you're up to? I mean, you can only talk about going home if you manage to survive your run-in with the Sanguinarch.
You're right. So, I'm gonna borrow your watch.
Perhaps due to her blood loss, Ursula is basically powerless to resist. Hodor takes the lovely pocket watch without any trouble. Its cold metal case is engraved with intricate witchcraft runes. The watch is ticking backwards. A murmur that no one else hears fills his mind for a moment.
It really is louder than I imagined.
Hodor grits his teeth and leaves behind the loud whispers. Hodor, he searches within it for the true, dormant conscience of the Farenmut.
Farenmut who wanders this land, you're not dead. You've decided to continue your existence in a different way. You're still here, aren't you?
At the center of the disaster, the silent Farenmut slowly swims. Where it wanders, there is only ruined emptiness. The past lifts it, the future is separated by it. A figure stands in front of it. Young vampire.
Stop, Farenmut. You are about to step into Gazdal, our city. The people here refuse your visit. Choose another path, or else the Sarkaz will slaughter you. This is your only warning. Very well. My brother directed us to forbid its advance, to obey the will of the King of Sarkaz. Danguin court to me.
Powerful witchcraft condensed in the vampire's hands, and a giant crimson spear fell from the sky. One massive wound after another pierces it. The silent Farenmut finally speaks, as if waking from a dream. Casdal. Oh. I may have slept for too long. Casdal. When did it become a city? Your king of Sarkaz, is he not your sole chosen leader? Why is he not standing before me? An image that all have forgotten is shattered by the moving Farenmut. It has not roamed in centuries. It gently moves its fins, only bleached bones, pushing through layer after layer of space. The one who once killed it is now bestows warmth upon it again. The skeleton searches for a suitable place to stop, until finally... The massive skeleton hovers over an endless sea. The cave, the battle, and even the slowly rising sun are nowhere to be seen. Instead, there is only a calm sky, calm sea, and calm stars. All the cruelty that occurs on the continent seems to have never existed here. This is beyond the horizon, beyond civilization. This is what remains of the skeleton for the Prince of Blood to find at last. An untouchable realm. The Crimson River connects with the dark blue nerves and intertwines tightly. The slender murderer closes his eyes and feels the pounding rhythm of his victim. With blood for reins, he harnessed the creature that can only wander through history. After those illusory visions and memories of the past, you have indeed brought me to a more valuable scene. Why don't the two of you, in the face of such a scene, fizzle those frankly laughable arts in your hands? Look, or have a look around, have some time to admire it all. This is the tomb I have chosen for you. It was daytime just a moment ago, but here, a dark night and an endless sea.
The stars are changing. I've never heard of any place like this, not in any records, not in any legends. So this must be distant enough, yes. I do wonder how far we are from Casdal now. This land they call Terra. Is it too vast, or is it too small? Amia, be careful. His blood. It's sublimating. He awakened his blood with that witchcraft. Don't talk like an outblood banshee. You know, I treat purebloods as equals. Perhaps when compared to the Crimson Court, which has spent eons seeking purity, you have been more deeply influenced by Oranginium. But well, among the Sarkaz, you are indeed quite formidable. Come, let us not be stingy with my blessing. You cannot reject my gift. Now that I've awakened your power, you are finally worthy of facing me. Let me hear the screech of your knell, if it can still darken the moonlight. Crimson ripples spread, and at that moment the sky is no longer the sky, nor is the sea the sea. They are only refractions of blood, reflections of blood. The Sanguinarch smiles faintly, a blood soul pumping like a heart in his palm, reflecting the face of the young banshee in a structure as deep as life itself. And then the blood soul shatters. I ride, therefore I command. The night conceals me from death. Another incantation. Another of your shallow incantations. You have no talent, no doubt about that. The flapping of your lips and the doodles of your bone pen are enough to humiliate the so-called Oranginium hearts of common people. And yet, why do you resist your heritage so? Show me your true self, King of the Court Banshee. Duke Ariel, Sanguinarch of Vampires, Prince of All Blood, demands you show your true self.
Enough, vampire. Hold on, Logos.
Black arts erupts from the girl's hand, parting the sea of blood. But the blood does not yield, it roars. The King of Sarkaz's arts dissolve and shatter, and the red surges even more intensely. Oh, King of Sarkaz, I nearly forgot you were here. Ouch. Gouch's king. Look at you. You didn't receive even a scrap of my boon. Couch's blood, tedious and ordinary. No matter how hard I try to scrape something together, I can't find a shed of talent or power. I can't even say that your blood is mixed or impure, as those adjectives still imply an exception or an expectation of return to purity. But you... Yeah. There are chaotic bloodlines I approve of, but they are without a doubt all formidable or magnificent. What do you have? A laughable motivation? A shallow conviction?
I don't have to answer you. I just have to defeat you.
Is this our King of Sarkaz just stealing a bit of attainment from another chaotic and disorderly? Nothing even on the field level of the Banshee's little tricks born of his rebellious mind. Even less than that pair of siblings. Amia, don't let him provoke you. As it stands, his power is still growing. We need to end this fast.
I know. We need to get back under clear skies.
In the past, I once slew a so-called King of Sarkaz, and it wasn't particularly difficult. And I suspect your end will be the same this time. You question me with black blades, I answer you with the gift of death. I like that they transported us like to some other place on the planet, question mark? Just like out in the middle of the ocean or something?
Don't let them out of sight, even if your eyes are hurting.
Duke Ariel, the Regent's Crimson, the host of the court, Crimson Court, and master of all Bloodborne. No, we will not tell you at all what he does.
This will keep you quiet.
Need speed to succeed.
Can your eyes keep up?
Throne of Blood releases a searing blood mist centered around a target, inflicts increased amounts of arc damage to units within while reducing ASPD by 40. Blood amber affected by this blood mist will return to blood. Ah, so it's not even just a normal altar. It's fancy.
Please, trust in me.
Feels fresh and feels sad to lose your target, doesn't it?
I'm listening.
Where do you wish to fear not the firelight?
Better watch your step.
I'm in a bad mood. Sucks to be you. Come on, let's pick up the pace.
Let my bomb go.
No.
Feels fresh every. Ah, losing sight. Roger, welcome. Yes, target.
And W won't hit that bomb at all. That by her. Come on, W. Ugh.
Any instructions for me?
I do so. Need speed to succeed.
Picked out your bait yet?
Any instructions from. Ah, losing sight.
Stay calm.
Yes, target.
Let me sink your corpse into shadow. No one will find it.
Come on, Eunice.
Don't keep me waiting.
Oh, we only need one bomb, eh? That triggers phase 2,
Where do you
apparently.
wish to
Interesting.
go?
Okay.
The plan is 3, 1, kaboom!
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
This will keep you quiet. Need speed to succeed.
I guess he's pretty slow. We can put her there for now.
Any instructions feel like a shooting star. That's what they say.
Where do you wish this endless burn? You needn't there.
Stay calm. Nature should not be disturbed. You saw nothing.
He's not taking a lot of damage. At all. I'm not sure what's happening.
Any instructions for me?
Does he have high arts resistance? But he also physical's not doing a lot either.
What do you need of me?
Roger, welcome. Don't come any closer.
You saw nothing.
Can't be stunned.
Moving to designated location.
ちょっとからかってあげようっと。
What do you need? Let's break the silence first. Good luck. You ran into the line.
Now, ignite.
Moving to designated location.
Same battlefield, different day.
In position. Don't come any closer.
Enough. Time to end this.
He heals the ambers, which is fascinating.
Yeah, coming. Don't rush me.
Got a problem that needs solving? What do you need of me?
You saw nothing. Moving to designated location.
Start the operation.
I don't have enough to stop. There was not that many things there, I don't feel like. I can't deploy anything there. There we go.
Judge by appearance and suffer the consequences.
Ah, losing sight.
Deploying.
In position. Don't come any closer.
Pass on your last words. No.
Stay calm and make your move. No need to worry. I got your back.
Gonna lose just to these stupid worms.
Mission failed.
Now is not the time for despair. We must withdraw immediately.
Alright, what the heck is his mechanics? I hate that they don't tell you anymore. Alright, releases a searing blood mist center around a target, inflicting increased amounts of arts damage to allied units while reducing their ASPD and increasing their redeployment time. Pieces of blood amber affected by the mist will turn to spawn. When defeated, this skill will activate 4 times, selecting 1 random each time. Deals arts damage to the target and all enemies within adjacent tiles. Sunset. When defeated, returns to the throne and revives after a period of time. Enters the second form when the throne is destroyed. We happened to kill it before he even revived, so let's make sure to keep doing that. Takes greatly reduced physical damage and increases and arts damage, and increases the HP recovery rate of other surrounding enemy units. His trait will be lost for a while this unit is hit by a bomb. Oh, okay. Attack steal continues arts damage that ramps up over time if the attack leaves the field. If the target leaves the field during the duration, then redeployment time is increased. Continuously spawns blood amber around this unit for a period of time. Afterwards, blood mist will be released centered around this unit. When struck by a bomb, destroys the corresponding bomb loading point and releases blood surge twice. Well, that's also annoying. So you have to hit him with a bomb to actually kill him, but then he also kills you. But also, he goes down the middle path immediately. So, like, the other bombs... Can we move the other bombs to that path? Is that, like... Otherwise, it's only one bomb that can hit him. How does that work? Yes. Okay. Very well. These guys... Yeah, okay. I know what to do. Case wire. We're bringing Lee. I think we're gonna bring Lee this time.
Live up to duty.
Got new sub.
Enemy spotted. It'll be nice if they entered single file like the Knights do, though.
Need speed to succeed.
Please, trust in me.
Feels fresh. Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it? With all of you behind me.
Fear not the firelight.
Roger, Wilco. Any instruct feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it? Missing fire. Any instructions for me? Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Deploying.
Pass on your last words? No.
I'm prepared for lives. Now, ignite.
Need speed to succeed.
I'm listening.
Although I don't really necessarily want to trigger it right this second, but here we are.
In position. Be advised. Target.
Don't keep me
Or maybe
waiting.
not. Because Ines got stunned for some reason.
Don't keep me better watch your step.
Alright. Never mind. The bomb's dead. Try again.
Dags att välja vårt byte.
Support incoming.
I'm prepared. I am Dublin.
Stay calm.
Ah, he respawned. Whatever. Ow.
Got new sub. Nothing.
Any instructions for me? Feel like a shooting star. That's what they say.
Need speed to succeed.
I'm in apple pie. Flying the bead on the target.
Order acknowledged. Seize the moment.
Wow, okay.
Blind by hatred.
Feels fresh every. Come on. Let's 3, 1. Kaboom!
Dude, can I just... Guess we really had beginner's luck last time. Okay. We really had beginner's luck, apparently.
Less guys on your case isn't such a bad thing, is it?
Stay close. Don't run off.
Got new sub. Nothing.
君たちのために地獄の一等地に部屋を用意しておいたから安心していってらっしゃい。
Can your eyes keep up?
Moving to designated location.
Your lives are mine to protect.
Feels fresh. A tail like a shooting star. That's what they say.
I don't remember Flametail getting hit by this
Where do you wish
AoE
I am
of his the first time we did it. So like I don't know who the turn order, what the turn order was for that we used. But whatever it is, we are not doing it. It's
I'm listening.
Come on, let's pick up the pace.
I know what's better than your step.
Concentrate.
I know what to do. Don't order me.
With all of you behind me, I won't. Haha, losing sight.
I'm prepared. Fear not the firelight.
No need to panic. In position, as your remission of fire.
I've had luck. You ran into me. Need speed to succeed.
I'm listening.
ちょっとからかってあげようっと。Any instruction feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
I know what to do. Don't order me around.
oh my gosh. No, that's not Texas. Oh my gosh. What are all these guys? Why was she stunned? The boss wasn't even out.
Am I still not good enough?
Why did she get stunned?
Stay close. Don't run off.
That was the throne stone.
Shadows are trembling.
No.
You saw nothing.
A new challenge.
Please.
Come on, let's pick up the pace.
Picked out your bait yet?
I'm prepared for this endless burn. You needn't fear. Concentrate.
I know what to do. Don't order me around. Better match your step.
Come on, let's pick up the pace. I'm in a bad mood. Sucks to be you.
Yeah, he does do that. That's true, but I'm pretty sure he was
Support incoming.
dead for a while before she got stunned. Because I had placed Ines after he was already dead. And they were fighting for a little bit.
I'm headed into the thick of it.
Where do you wish I am Dublin?
Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Don't think you can hide your fear.
Roger, welcome. Neck eyes. Target eliminated.
You saw nothing. Need speed to succeed. Need speed to succeed.
Dags att välja vårt liv.
Well, we did it. Don't know if we should do it as quick as we are, but we did it.
Stay calm. I'll break the silence first.
Don't. You better watch your step.
Roger, Wilco.
I bad luck. You ran into me.
Ow.
I'm prepared for lives. Now, ignite.
Alright, that didn't, we didn't get to do a lot of damage to him there, but we tried.
In position. Roger, Wilco.
Yeah, coming. I wouldn't move that foot if I were you.
Deploying.
What do you need of nature should not be disturbed.
Feels fresh. It feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Can we block him? We need to block him.
Yeah. Yes. Is this potato a bomb? This endless burn. You needn't fear.
Don't. Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
This will keep you quiet.
I'll show you.
Moving to designated location.
Any instructions? Haha! Losing sight?
Need speed to succeed.
The plan is to blow them all up. But the plan is I wouldn't move that foot if I were you.
We took the longest bomb. We chose the... We should probably do that one to blow up the tower, because it's the furthest one away from him.
Roger, Wilco. Don't come any closer.
I will sink your corpse into shadow.
Fear not the firelight.
What are you... Where are you going? Oh my gosh. He has to turn around?
Yeah, coming. Don't rush me. Judge by appearance and suffer the consequences.
Don't. Nothing can mask the scent of despair.
Pass on your last words? No. Need speed to succeed.
Feels bad to lose your target, doesn't it?
Do not disregard me. Where do you wish to fear not the firelight?
おっとママ落ち着いて茶がこぼれるでしょうが
I'll
Okay, Delphine's gotta go.
Bad luck. You ran into me.
Don't. You better watch your step.
Need speed to succeed.
Survive! Lee, don't die on me!
Where do you wish to come alive?
Drawing the bead on the target.
Bad luck. You ran into me.
Got stunned, that doesn't help me.
Keep me waiting.
Need speed to succeed.
I'll show you.
Mission accomplished.
Nice, nice. Blood rain falls incessantly, as if it will never stop. Logos and Amia's shoulders have been soaked red by the rain. The white-haired vampire, however, seems to stroll casually under the rain, completely spotless. Look at the sorry states of yourselves. Lost in confusion, losing sight of what matters. Even if no one answers your cries, you cannot waste the stage you've been given. Don't waste your chance at a grand farewell. As stated, therefore, it is as prescribed. The wind and rain cease, deprived of the right to flow. The moment the words are spoken, the blood rain freezes in midair. Like curtains, like stars, it refracts. And it refracts the sorrow of the sea, the brilliance of the moons. The Sanguinarch squints, seemingly unsurprised by the incantation of the Lord of the Banshees. Rather, it is as if he is appreciating a piece of art drawn between heaven and death. You've halted the surging. Impressive. Blood pauses. At your command. But I am its master. The suspended beads of blood suddenly burst in the air, splattering anything they can reach. The knell will decay. The order will wear, no. If you disdain your noble blood, you might as well extract it and return it to your mother, Banshee. She will play for you a mournful whistle. Amia. The vampire only gives Amia a momentary opportunity, but it is more than enough. Amia's palm presses against the vampire's body, sticky blood burning her palm.
Is this your blood? Heated by arts, heated by your talent. But the hot blood I've seen has all been for the sake of resistance, for the sake of life. And those people, their blood is much hotter than yours.
Black lines burst. That's not the narrator. Black lines burst from Amia's palm, piercing through the vampire's body. Ugh. Amia, fall back. You didn't get his vitals. Oh, how cold, King of Sarkaz. A monarch of such little grace you are.
Sanguinarch of the Vampires, Prince of the Crimson Court, your offspring will fill every battlefield the Sarkaz touch. You proclaim to them that slaughter and conquest are the ancient traditions of the vampires. You've shaped your court into what it is today, You've made the people see all vampires as nothing more than twisted creatures of desire like yourself. But the vampires I know are not like you. They haven't gone mad like you. One of them is a hacker.
They've only managed to conceal their desires, conditioned too deeply by this age in which they have no home. So choose to bow down to the invaders. I pity them.
No, that's not it. How do you interpret the blood that your court stands for?
The sufferings of the Sarkas need no elucidation. All Sarkas, even those who submit to you, inevitably know the taste of blood. Overturned in dark alleys, intercepted in dark forests, sometimes a throat is cut, sometimes cold daggers are thrust between ribs. It awakens the siblings, who know the cost of submission, and they come to rebel until they too are covered in the blood of their enemies. How pitiful. Kill or be killed. This is the cycle of blood that the Sarkas carry.
Is that how you define the meaning of blood? A cycle. The first time any of us felt blood on our skin, wasn't it when we were born from our mothers? Blood is the foundation of human life, heritage passed down on umbilical cords, inevitable stumbles when exploring the outside world, and wounds that will surely heal. But you see it only as a synonym for torment and death. Your obsession makes you bloodthirsty. You, with all your arrogance and pride, lead them to believe that this is the path the Sarkas should take. The things they should do. I reject you, Sanguinarch. I reject your actions, your words, and your court.
What is this I'm hearing? You, in Outblood, reject me. Oh, mere crown has inflated you to what? King of Sarkas? Oh no, he's T-posing. The blood sea churns, its waves cover the moons. Crimson removes all other colors.
I don't care what I am, or what I'm called. I only know that I need what I need to do.
The prince stops moving for a moment. A voice echoes in his mind. Is this how you manipulate the king's powers, Beatus? Will you share some profound words? Try to shake me with shallow emotion. You're welcome to try.
Shake? No. This is a rejection. The rolling of waves slows, together with the moonlight. I reject you. I reject you, the way you reduce the king, the Sarkas, the Kasdal, to concepts of power and tradition. I reject you, how you entrust the future to the past, and trust life to slaughter. Teresa, the king, the chancellor, the leader of Babel, she showed everyone a path. Maybe that path is too idealistic. Maybe her promises won't bear the thousands of years of hatred of the Sarkas. But that's not now. Not your choice. You laugh at my weakness, say it's not my place to talk about the Sarkas with you. Or you'd mock Logos for not making use of the blood you awakened just now.
Oh, King of Sarkas, you eavesdrops on my thoughts. Is that your ability? Then of course you know what I'm going to say.
I do. But we've never said that the Sarkas should give up their resistance. We've never said that suffering is justified. On the contrary. Those rebels who awaken from their suffering and hardship from the abyss of hatred. They will be much stronger than you. The lost homeland of the Sarkaz is not in the history you keep looking back to an eon ago. It can't be a slogan or fantasy or symbol. It's right here, where the Sarkaz came from. In a city called Kazdal, where so many people live, people that you've only condemned to a void of ideas. You've imagined the present from the past, and the real future can never be born. It's time to stop, vampire.
Oh snap, her ring cracked. It shattered. Amiya's ring shatters, sending splinters flying. Cold anger burns within Amiya as she scrutinizes the enemy before her. She thought her anger would rise, burning like a fire that could scorch the ocean, but no, that's not what's happening. Amiya feels more than just anger, also an intense sadness. The Sarkaz, a people who have lost their homeland. Yes, they believe it is only through violence and war that they can reclaim all they've lost. It's easy to blame them with cliche words of morality, justice, and kindness. Words that have been spoken over and over again, even as the war continues and hatred spreads, because that is how this world treats them. This world has imposed on them violence and war. So then, what's wrong with an eye for an eye? Where is the crime in blood for blood? Every king of Sarkaz operates on those principles, so the war never stops. This must be broken, but how? How can the system be broken? Even Teresa failed. What do you think you are? Yes, even she failed.
That's why Teresa needs me. The doctor and Dr. Kapsit need me. And that's why I'm here. I, as the Revenant called me, as you called me, as so many Sarkaz believe me to be. The Outblood, the weak, the King of Sarkaz, stand down.
The obsidian decree transforms into the judgment of the king, stabbing into the scorched blood. The thick red finally dissipates. The vampire takes a few steps back, raising his hand to wipe away the blood that flows from his nose and mouth. His body is damaged, and his white clothes are at last stained with blood.
You can't fight anymore, Sanguinarch. It's time for this battle to end.
King of Sarkaz, won't you grant me that vision of emptiness? Don't you want to peer into my thoughts, see my sorrow and pain? You can reprimand me, reject me. Countless Sarkaz believe that this is the power of the king. You say I've corrupted my court, but what about you? Oh, king, the Sarkaz, you take your direction, your path. My people follow you, expecting you to well exploit their flesh and blood, their lives and their souls. Their blind faith is ridiculous. A sneer at the king's comfort, but I've seen it. My older brother was a king of Sarkaz. Yeah. What a lofty title. What a transcendent role. He was looked to as the leader of the Sarkaz, our guiding light. He was a natural savior, the one who would pull us out of our misery. But was that the reality? What kind of people has the Black Crown chosen? In the beginning, the King of Sarkaz was indeed magnificent. The Diablos walked the path of punishment. The Goliaths roared the fearless calamity. But they found themselves betrayed by the cowardly, sold out by the selfish. This is our curse.
The king killed the king. Succession to this crown often comes with death.
The vile, always prevail. As such, the crown was besmirched by short-sighted fools. The weak began to appear among the kings. They were narrow-minded, focused on toying with the power they held in their hands. They became no better than the hypocritical lords among the elders and ancients. The power they stole from others clouded their vision. The focus of my people's faith turned from fearless warriors to vermin hiding in their palaces. They even forgot the shame borne by the name Sarkaz. But the crown continued to make its laughable choices, right up to my brother. I thought surely he would be the hero we waited for. He, on the other hand, had the audacity to say to me that the Sarkaz could no longer afford to continue to war. That it would take generations to rebuild Kazdal. Even the skeleton beneath our feet knows that the Kazdal we should rebuild was never meant to be a city. And that the king of Sarkaz should be the one to stand before them all. How can a man like that deserve to hold a single drop of Tikaz blood within his body? Do you see it, King of Sarkaz?
I see a bloody civil war. The carpets of the palaces are soaked red. I see a vampire lying in the arms of another vampire.
The legend of the toppled blood prince. He died in the civil war. You're his kin. Did you fight in the war?
No.
No, of course not. Did I fight? The shattered crown. I shattered the crown myself. I remember it like it was yesterday. My hand pierced his chest. The lipid Tikaz blood danced on my fingertip, finally entering my veins. He turned his head to look at me, grabbing my clothes. The King of Sarkaz showed his illusory vision to his murderer before he died. The vision that should have been bestowed as an honor. In the vision I witnessed peace. As you said, Countess, blood is not synonymous with death. I stood in the valley, watching a quiet village, a doctor laughing as he spoke, stitching up wounds for the injured. An injured man tells the doctor that his quarry was particularly ferocious. But he eventually won. In the courtyard hangs the freshly harvested beast meat, and the doctor is me. But this makes me uncontrollably angry. How tragic, how meaningless, how shameful. My brother actually believed that this false piece could deceive me. He was horrifically wrong. He thought I was blinded by hatred. No, I know what peace is, and that's exactly why I feel so restless. We long to see the great and powerful true Tikaz. I absorbed my brother's blood into my body, and I watched as the black crown vanished before my eyes. But you didn't ascend to the throne of the King of Sarkaz. And I do not regret that. If I could choose a formidable leader, I would be genuinely delighted. But this crown disappoints me time and time again. Each time I am more disappointed. My brother's successor was wandering vagrant. The next was a lumberjack. If it weren't for the records kept by the Confessori, these people would not be remembered at all. Later, a king who ruled Gazjol was killed by the monster called Calcit in the sight of the coalition army. Then came Teresa and Teresis. They were impressive, but also frustrating. Teresa, immersed in her fantasies, wasted her strength, much like my weak elder brother. And her successor turned out to be a Countess in Outblood. Things being what they are, the crown's choice being so absurd, even as its existence brings such humiliating hope to my people. I would rather bury it beyond the reach of civilization. I will let it be truly lost, forgotten to history. You're still struggling. Amia, don't give him a chance. You are weakening too. However tarnished the ground may be, its weight is not something an infantile Galtus could bear. It seems the Confessori, so eager to manipulate the crown, are going to blather some nonsense at me. Take another look around, Galtius. If you die, there will be no more successors. Or maybe you'd place your crown on the moons. Sure. The flowing blood surges towards the Sanguinarch's body. The white-haired Sarkaz stands proudly once again.
How can he still fight? King's arts should have pierced his body, leaving it unable to regenerate.
He is using blood to fill the holes in his flesh, using it to mend his wounds. He's a marionette now. You've become more proficient in using the king's powers, Countess. But all your admonitions, warnings, judgments, and proclamations are nothing but jokes. Ignorant little rabbit. The crown over your head represents no responsibility or authority. King of Zarkias, I mock not only your foolishness, but that of the king, and that of the crown itself. The once vibrant red that filled the entire space no longer exists. Only a bit of crimson oozes from the Sanguinarch's pupils. When the king of Zargaz when the Zargaz lose the king on which they're so dependent, then perhaps they will wake up from this shameful dream of a coming salvation. I accede to your statement. Those who awaken from a dream will be much more powerful. And that is why you cannot defeat me. How can the fallen consciousness of the Zarkaz resist me who once carried the blood of Tikaz? The polluted cannot defile the pure. The impure cannot touch the lipid. Your origin lies in the Tikaz, a long line you can only climb. Why? We are the rebels. I decree, therefore I correct. Blood and fire extinguish faced doom.
Look out, Logos.
A touch of crimson appears from nothing. The space once occupied by the Banshee is replaced by blood.
Ugh. His blood. It's affecting me. several times stronger than those art circles.
Yes, thanks to you. I've also shed my blood here, and therefore, this place is now part of Castle. Who would have thought that as much as anyone assumed they knew the full length and breadth of this great land? The boundaries of our home are still expanding even in this time and place. Sarkaz, my self-proclaimed Sarkazkin, march with your blood, carry on with that which you will never betray, the boon of your blood. I will take you back to the origin of all of this. And that is... See, this is why you don't monologue. A shadow pierces his chest. The threads of blood holding him together are severed in an instant. You. Did Ines get the last hit? That's crazy.
Sorry, Sarkaz. Booms don't do much for me. Bunny. You, Sarkaz profanity, aren't Sarkaz. Hop to it. Weaken his binds.
No, not the last hit.
That's what I'm doing. His arts are even crazier than I imagined. I can barely hear his thoughts anymore. There's only red. All red. I've almost got it.
Another out blood. An unexpected development. The scent of your blood. Your Cap Renee. Such a dull disguise. Let's have your blood suffocate you.
Yeah.
Do you think such crude arts would let you kill a king of the Zargaz royal court?
Of course not.
A heavy sword points directly at the Sanguinarch's head.
You can't call something as cliché as slaughterer an awakening, Sanguinarch. You're still wandering in hatred and destruction. You've never left the abyss. You're the ones who are still sleeping.
Vile traitors. King of Zarkaz.
Now, before he recovers, knock him off the skeleton.
An elegy begins to play. The wailing of the banshee weaves into a mournful melody, and the waves beneath his feet sing a solemn song. A steady male voice harmonizes with the sound of the bells, with the moonlight as his prose. The bone whistle sounds itself before it is played. Its distant howl, traversing time itself, strikes the Crimson Court. The moment I took my throne, the nails were already tied to my fate. None of us can escape. But what the elegy mourns will not be your corpse. It will be all of our connections. The Sanguinarch continues to struggle, blood gushing from his fingertips, like claws carving deep scratches into the bleached skull of the Farenmut. His body disintegrates into the dirge, only to reform in blood. He is the icon of blood, and as long as there is blood, he will continue to fight. I will not, Banshee. Almia, join me. Explore the strings of the elegy. Seek out the origin of the Banshee. Look at me. Look to the whales you once covered your ears to avoid. We must end them here.
I'll try.
The Banshee song echoes again, and the ancient knells seem to materialize, deterring the creeping blood. The vampire still rises. After a moment, a rather tender feminine voice joins the harmonic dirge. A proclamation of death? A sentence of rejection? No, not only. The melody carries a kind of timidity and lingering sadness. As the blood cools, the moonlight changes. The hatred of the Sarkaz is not unreasonable, and the vampire's vengeance is not unreasonable. However, this is by no means the promised future. Can the survivors have a future on Scorched Earth? No. What did those siblings actually see? Banshee, listen! You still accepted your blood, my boon. You have not yet defeated yourself. What echoes here is no longer an elegy. It is only a sigh that makes him uneasy. The heat of the explosion and the weight of the sword make the Sangremark feel powerless for the first time. He looks at the small, ever so small King of Sarkaz. He looks at that Countess, so inferior to the Sarkaz. He looks at the Black Crown, such a meaningless curse. The history, the illusions he trampled on, the bloodline and the inheritance, the revenge and unrivaled power all suddenly disappear. He feels a void beneath his feet. A figure in white falls from the skeleton. Ridiculous. Even the myriad souls mock me. Lord of the Banshees and the King of Sarkaz. You keep these deserters around to ignore the past, and in the end you don't even dare to act yourselves. Oh, the vile will always prevail. This is indeed our curse. The Outblood King has executed me. The King of Sarkaz resounds with the knells. But you don't know how strong the ties of blood are. You try to judge. In the end, did you use the power? You did use the power within your blood. Two elegiac singers offered me a dirge at the same time. When the time comes, you could not resist the instincts within your blood that comprises all that you are. Did you really kill me? No. I've ventured. I have returned the Tikaz blood to where it belongs. Go, NZ. Go to Londinium, whispered Sarkaz. I will be waiting for you behind the curtain of ruin. That was a really long fall. Or we must have been really high up. Let's hope that's either that wasn't really the ocean, or if it was, let's hope there aren't any Seaborn around to eat him, because I feel like that would be just the worst combination. He fell into time and space. He will be back. No. No, don't do this to me. I don't want to see him again. I've wanted to kill him since episode 10. Is that when he first showed up? Whirlpool of colossal remains. The wailings of yore reverberate in the rapids. The horns of the battlefield have already sounded. Pride. Decrypted hidden ciphertext. Can't keep... Look. Burn him. Fire disintegrates blood. Just burn him. Boil him. Throw him in a volcano. Put him on Kristen's rocket ship and shoot him into space without a spacesuit and let him boil. And before he comes to infield, oh gosh. Delphine, if you are able to read the message I have left for you above, it means you've kept up with the cryptography I taught you. Fine work. I'm currently on my way back to Linkardine. The turbulence has been so rough that I've barely gotten any sleep. That, or perhaps I'm coming down with something from all the stress. While getting some fresh air on the deck earlier, I found the photo you secretly stashed in my overcoat. There are a few creases on it, but I was overjoyed to discover this surprise of yours, and I can't wait to see both you and my Duke again. My girl, I've always believed that you would lead the way to ensuring that Victoria's glory will endure, and the Dukes keeping each other in check has been the best case scenario for the nation's future. Your mother and I have never disagreed on this, so my eyes and ears have brushed off the noise in order to guarantee Windermere's stability for many years. However, the decision I made during the Duke's secret meeting in Londinium has sowed within me a seed of doubt. I never expected Parliament to conclude that with letting those disgusting Sarkaz mercenaries clean up the Steam Knight system in our stead. Every Duke voted in favor of this difficult decision, but no doubt they made this choice even before the session began. This plan is even now being quietly executed right behind my back as I set off from the city. I realize now that my original vision of becoming a decision-maker who personally affects my country's future has also resulted in me personally tarnishing our glory. Do the Duke's interests weigh heavier than Victoria's honor? I shouldn't be thinking about this any longer. But I can't just banish it from my mind. One day, you'll inherit your mother's title. What would you do if it were you? While trying to locate Linkardine on the horizon, I thought about the past again. As a child, you would shield me with your back at banquets, only to fall into my arms in tears later the same night. I'll always be proud of you, so will you still be proud of me, Delphine? Papa. 1094. So yeah, so her father, who is acting with full power in her mother's stead, as we know. Like every other Duke, to be fair, did vote to, like, let the Sarkaz do their thing. But then he died. He died within the next 5 months or so. On his way back to Linkardine. So actually he died within days of writing this message. Guessing betrayal? Yeah, like... But he died of an illness. But she was still investigating it, and she still wants to investigate it. But I guess it could have been a poisoning or something, maybe. I don't know. But he voted. He didn't not vote for the thing, so it's not because he didn't vote or anything. He went along with all of that stuff, so that's interesting. Yeah, I'll have to beat hard mode and get the extra lore. But curious. I wonder how Amphilis did feel about all of that, though. We'll never know because she's dead, I know. Rest in peace. She was so cool looking. Alright, we might as well finish this. But a monster? In what way was she a monster? I mean, she was a duke. I don't know if that means a monster, but fighting against the Lithanians. To be fair, I think the Lithanians were fighting against her. Pro-war. I don't see that's. I would have to go back to see the exact like words or context. But the coup, right? I mean, I guess yeah. Technically, she was definitely anti-Lithanian, and I guess the coup was staged by Lithanian potentially, if the rumors are true. So I guess that would check out in that regard. She's behind the fall of the Steam Knights now. Technically that was her husband. Because he voted in her stead. He was sent to Londinium as under her authority to act in her stead. So it was his decision, ultimately. Which is why I'm curious what she thought about it. I mean, I guess she didn't think too much about it because she waited until... Although all the dukes waited, but if she didn't like it, she certainly waited a while. But I guess she can't act alone necessarily. That would have been probably suicide. And by her will, well... It depends. Depends on how much they knew going in. It was a secret meeting. I don't think they voiced like what the meeting was exactly going to be about. I doubt that, so... But he probably knew what she would have, you know, voted on and stuff. Disaster coalesces, hardships converge, disaster is nigh. Why should I help you, Sarkaz? Do you think you saved me? I didn't die. Though that doesn't even matter. This shell is merely a plaything I abandoned long ago. Is this the Farinmut? Besides, aren't the Sarkaz the ones hunting me down?
How much of history have you seen?
All that I've experienced.
Rumors say that you will divulge a piece of truth, or a hint at an omen.
You tiny creatures treat my drifting ripples as hallucinations while indulging in them, and yet you harbor resentment, probably? Either way. After I was divided up by those lunatics. There's even a fallen angel carrying a part of me around. Huh. And what I've seen and heard since has actually gotten more interesting. Huh. On the contrary, what makes me feel absolutely boredom are these so-called bulky histories and profound topics.
Absolute boredom. You're not wrong on that.
Who do you think that is? Well, we only know 2 fallen angels, and one of them was recent, so... History's always repeated itself on this... Wait, that's Hodor.
History's always repeated itself on this land. Looking at the past is now a means looking towards the future.
Also, I have actually become a prophet. In this life of mine, if you can still count my current form as the same as life as before, I have never thought of having such an identity.
Then, are you looking for a new conclusion?
Just how old do you think I am, you little rascal? There won't be any new conclusions to draw, with the way all of you look like now. Yes, something strange has happened to these decrepit bones of mine. A rabbit wears a Sarkaz's crown, and she together with the male banshee are fighting a vampire on top of my head. Of course, there is that sheep playing with shadows who hangs out with you too. Are these new to me? A little, perhaps. But you can't win.
You seem so sure. Do we also belong to the history you've seen? That has come full circle time and time again?
There's never been a shortage of those who resist on this great land, but they always fall into the same trap. Besides, I understand that vampire's tricks. He was the one who peeled off my skin back then.
Let's have a wager, Farinmut. This strange bunch of people, Countess, Cabernet, Banshee, Sarkaz, they'll triumph over the vampire that tried to hunt you.
Are you trying to win my favor? Do you think I'll look at you differently for helping me? I couldn't care any less about that. But what are you putting on the table? Oops.
If we win, you'll lend us your help and bring us back to where we came from.
And if you lose...
we'll all be dead by that point.
You're making an empty offer, little thing. I accept. Cool.
You really are easy to talk to.
No, it's because I know that all you have are just the waves I toss up. That will calm to a still in the blink of an eye. So, I might as well spare a little effort and raise my eyelids a little. You have indeed won by a minuscule move, but the bet is far from over. Did you really win? Did you triumph over the enmity, slaughter, and blood that vampires represent? Why don't we expand our wager by a little? I'll bring all of you back, and then continue to waiting for you in the cycles of history. Cal said, looking unimpressed.
How long have they been gone? 3 hours and 14 minutes.
Even a Sanguinarch can bleed and die, right?
You should trust them. It's all we can do. We're done with our combat mission, too. Our losses aren't light. Their forces here are indeed well trained. Most of the Sarkaz chose to fight to the end, but a small number also chose to surrender.
Will you execute them? You can hand them over to W.
No, I'm not doing that. But I refuse to let them die, so simply, just like that. Perhaps it's difficult to put them on trial during wartime. It's definitely a difficult task to judge just how much blood is on the hands of every terror-stricken Sarkaz who laid down their arms. But if we act just like they do, then we'll be no different than them.
Giving them to the mercenaries, that wasn't... Whatever. Sure.
Rena, I'd like to take on the responsibility of investigating the crimes committed by these Sarkaz prisoners of war. I have a professional covert intelligence background too, so I'm well versed in the ways to get them to talk. It's called enhanced interrogation techniques. I know what you're worried about, No, I'm not. I'll leave it to you. Alright. I won't let a single drop of blood go unaccounted for. Prepare for battle. The Fairmont will be back soon. Monster, stand by. There's no way we can be sure who will be on this return trip.
Oh, nice fade in. The gigantic skeleton finally reappears. The torrents of time seem to have washed away any trace of battle, and it hovers in the air, no different than it was at any other point of time.
Monster.
Hey, let go of me, you damn... Seems like the old hag's awake. You think you got her backing you up now? That's my last grenade, so bite onto it tight, you little freak. Angry howling.
Put her down, monster.
Shitty luck today. Ha! I just wanted to give myself a ceremonial salute to announce my return. Didn't think I'd see an old hag with a scowl on her face once the skeleton stopped.
W, don't forget we have to repair any structures you blow up here after taking over the place. Anything destroyed will be fixed by the same hand.
Huh? What makes you think I even know how to fix this kind of thing?
How's it? Doctor? We've captured the Fairmont skeleton, as well as Commander Ursula. The rest of the skeletal garrison has been eliminated.
I guess she's alive.
So, you're the Dame Calcit. I've heard so much about you. You're one of the Scar Markets people. You know every little thing that's happening in Castle clearly, even from somewhere as far as Victoria. Seems like those old guys weren't lying. I'll have to talk with those old guys, and as you call them, through you when we're done with business here. Why the rest of her squad is dead? Because they're unnamed NPCs, that's why. They're just a bunch of grunts. They're the ones who stayed behind to watch over Kasdal, and the Lich have already contacted the military commission that currently governs the place. They'll be making their decision soon. Where is Amia and Logos? Doctor! Amia. The little Countess? The little Countess crashes into your arms. Welcome back. I'm fine. The blood, it was the vampires. Amia? Your rings. You used them. Yeah. Let me see your hands. The ring on Amia's hand has already disintegrated, leaving not even a trace of fragment. I had to use it against him. I'm sorry. You've become more skilled at using emotions and memories. Amia, you fainted from releasing a ring before. Calcit, we need to run a check on Amia. No, Doctor, don't worry. I'm just kind of tired. The ring on your right index remains broken. Fortunately, that's just an effect on exerting yourself. You were burning from rage again. Me? Angry? I thought I'd be angry at the Sanguinarch of vampires for slaughtering so many people. But what I felt was not just that. There was also sadness. Sadness. Calcit pauses briefly, and a pair of pink eyes, always hiding sadness within, flashes through her memory. A few seconds after, she comes to her senses and takes a second look at Amia's fingers. Pink eyes? Who? These rings are meant to help you adapt to the Lord of Fiend's power, and the surge of emotions that come with it. Another ring has cracked. Perhaps we can do nothing but to witness these wounds open again and again. Please don't worry, Dr. Calcit. No matter who I've faced, or who I'll face next, I won't fall before they do. He's got pink eyes. Flashes through her memory. Who has, like, I doubt it's a memory of him, though. Who has pink eyes? Oh, wait, does Teresa have pink eyes? Teresa, yeah, okay. That took me a second. I was like, wait a second. The Sanguinarch of vampires fell into some place we don't know about. His court still remains, but no longer poses a threat to us. However, we failed to prevent the curse from being cast. It's coming from Londinium. What's happening over there? The Self-Salvation Corps originally believed that cutting off the supply line would be a way to end the war. But things have changed. This war will not last for much longer. We need to hurry. The skeleton might be able to become a new stronghold or an unprecedented means of transport.
Hopefully, it can be put to good use. The decisive battle is right before us.
Sarkaz cannot be the culprits of the next calamity. Also, Dr. Kao said the vampire's obsession, his hopes, and what he called a curse, is Oranginium.
Yes. The oldest Kazdal came into contact with Oranginium before any other civilization did. It was not the remnants of a catastrophe or a mineral silently buried within rock formations. It was a hunk of Oranginium from antiquity, and it birthed the oldest witchcraft and the most ancient of infected. If the vampire really knew of this fact and developed his obsession from that, thinking it could grant him power, then it won't just be Londinium's fate that will be determined next. So yeah, I mean, I kind of already figured, but the Sarkaz came in contact with the original Oranginium, which is definitely why they're more susceptible to it. Right? Which was definitely something created by humans. And I mean humans. Right? These people are also humans. These humans have animal parts, though. I mean, humans. OG humans. People like who Friston was. Yes, no spoiler policy. If it's from the, especially if it's from the Chinese server.
Back here again. Londinium.
That was W's voice, kind of.
Yes, after all that we've been through, we're finally in Victoria's capital. A pity it's now completely surrounded by the Sarkaz and the Duke's armies. Guard, quickly arrange.
Ugh.
Percival, arrange another Oranginium screening for our members. I know some of them are still deteriorating. Non-combatants will be stationed in this forest. Percival, take good care of them and keep in touch with us. Are we really going in there? The infected will be everywhere throughout the city, no matter how the war ends. Sarkaz or Victorian, soldiers or nobles, even farmers, workers, traders. They won't be able to judge their own identity so quickly. Perhaps they won't even realize it until peace returns that they're once again marginalized, and then it hits them. I was reminded of this because of what happened to Guard. But no matter. We have to let every infected of this land know that our flag flies high once again. And more importantly, what it stands for. One day, when they become prisoners again, they will think of our flag as they realize the justice of this land must be won through struggle. What's the plan? We'll split up. It won't happen overnight. Other people can handle the task of eradicating the disease, While we make sure oppression will no longer be tolerated, we'll need to directly demonstrate this with our strength. In Victoria, we need to at the very least. 9. There's fire on the other side of the hill, 100 or 200 meters away at most. It's glowing an unnatural hue.
Is it purple?
Percival. How long has it been since the scouting team last replied to us? Let me go check. Yeah, it's been longer than our estimations, but this isn't the first time our comms equipment are just junk after all. I'll go ask Red.
Tallulah stares at the flames. There is no reason or omen, only a strong feeling. She smells the stench of death cast by the firelight. I didn't know your highness would be here in person. This is only a trifling swarm of infected with weapons, weak and pitiable people forced to unite and fight.
Even if there is a surviving Draco among them?
We'll confirm her identity and handle everything on your behalf.
I'm not blaming you, of course. Have the scouts located the target?
Yes, it's consistent with our intel. However, with all due respect, why do we have to be so concerned about her this much? Even if she has the Red Dragon's blood, her identity will only pose a slight detriment to your claim. But if our intel is accurate, her current identity is that of an infected. So what does she mean to...
An infected, huh? Don't we know another infected Draco as well? My sister will soon return to my side. Just think of it as eliminating some unnecessary variables to nourish the soil between us.
We can...
A Draco. I've never come in contact with a Draco outside of family before. All of you wait here. I shall take a look myself.
Ah.
Careful.
Thank you. This swamp is miserable to wade through.
Yeah. Our supplies are low, and people aren't getting enough to eat. We haven't been able to get any decent medication either. Do you need my help?
No, thank you. I walked all the way from Ursus, and this isn't so different from back then. Tallulah's footsteps slow down. The group slowly marches next to her, through the shrubs and reeds. The rustling sounds are quieter than silence itself.
What is it? 9. Can you release these restraints and your arts too? You should be well aware you're not allowed to use your Orangenium arts. These are your yoke and fetters. You're Tallulah the hero, only win before our Victorian patriots. I'm not a hero or anything like that. I just don't want history to repeat itself because of my...
She does not finish her sentence. Flames of death ignite from the depths of the swamp, encircling the group in their confusion. What's going on? Where did this fire come from?
All units on alert. What is that?
An ominous deep purple climbs up Nine's body before she can finish speaking, and engulfing her in death instantly. Excuse me? Cold flames of death swallow everything.
A reunion. Infected. Another group of pitiable people fighting against ever-pitiable fate. Tenacious, powerful, magnificent. And yet completely unaware they're involved in another lamentable conspiracy. Draco and Aslan, Red Dragon and Lion. You people, who rose up from Ursus, were actually led to where you stand today by the descendant of the Red Dragon, who will ultimately bring about your demise. Tallulah Artorias, what sort of woman are you, Draco? If you're deserving of my attention, then come forth from death. Sparks fly as Death's voice, with dead branches and reeds all reduced to ashes, but the flowers are still in bloom. They are rejecting death. Flowers? To think there would even be flowers that can withstand my flames. Nine. I'm fine.
Okay, I was about to freak out if they killed 9 there.
These flames are special. Yes, she came for me, so I'll handle her. Many of us here aren't combat ready. You have to keep them all safe. Reunion will pull on your chain. You haven't been judged, so don't die just yet.
Her flames of death are cut open. No, her death is blocked by delicate vegetation, ignited by flames of fury. Fire ignites fire. The infected turns away from her. She has never been ignored like this before. Ablana comes to her senses at once. The gaze of the Draco named Tallulah never shifted away from her. Raging flame cleaves into mortal flame. Emotion rends emotion. Tallulah tears into Ablana. The void is now awash with blood. Ablana laughs.
Tallulah Artorias, daughter of Edward and legitimate heir to the Victorian throne. This is your true self.
Oh, sick.
We have nothing to do with each other, Draco of Dublin. Is that for you to say? Just look at you, Red Dragon, how strong and powerful you are. And yet, despite your might, you once again willingly toss aside the glory of the Red Dragon to the Arslan so easily, to let them trample on the red carpets of Westhalag. Victoria is a country founded by Draco, Tallulah. Why do you only resist? I can smell an unimaginable fury in your flames. Do you not crave it? How can that be? Fury. Do you still wish to continue playing house with the infected? How are you this narrow-minded? Infected. This status does not merit mention. You can step over it, disregard it, save it. I give you a chance now, Tallulah. You can disregard your infected status, and even this pitiful mutual aid program you control. Your flames move me, Tallulah. Stand with me, and I pledge that everything you desire shall be realized into reality. Come to my side, submit to me, and Tara shall stand before together with you. Our careers hold no conflict with each other at all. Both you and this infected movement of yours need to end more powerful and prosperous than this. Are you finished speaking? You, Draco. Your eyes have only desire in them. A desire to free Tara, exact revenge on Victoria, fulfill your own desires, or perhaps you have yet to even grasp what exactly lies in the depths of your desires. Fury. It's true, I won't deny it. And that's why... Come any closer, and my flames will consume you whole. Fire. Fury. A calm fury. It burns at the extremities of her death. I'm not interested in the Draco's lineage, power, or the country. You. Do you lead the Taran's resistance with such a narrow-sighted desire and ideals? If so, then perhaps it's better if I cut you down now. Truly a pity. Uninterested in lineage, power, nor country. Our history summarized. An imaginary crown, instigated resistance, well said. Perhaps. I don't know what's going on. Or could it be? Do you think I'm indulging myself with my actions? You shall be my most powerful vassal, though my other subjects are eager for me to kill any other living Draco to uphold my legitimacy. But they don't know why exactly I wish to establish a nation. And you know it yourself? Of course. And my sister will do it in my stead. Don't leave your affairs for your family to do, Draco. You're the one ruining the lives of others with utter disregard. Death is only my prisoner. No death is taken for granted or without meaning. All with power will die worthy deaths. Is that for you to decide? Haven't you realized yet that your manners, gentleness, affection, and even your arrogance and scorn are all fake? You're just a hypocritical tyrant despite your bombastic words. Death is just a scepter for you to brandish your authority, and you're not the first tyrant I've ever met. Stay away from reunion. What an extremely dull answer. But your answer will change in the end. It'd be a pity for you to die here. Reunion. Indeed, these flowers death could not burn earlier are equally deserving of affection. So, what if I tell you Dublin's forces will exterminate every last one of Reunion's numbers if you refuse to submit to me? What will you do then? You. Do you wish for us to be enemies? I don't know what will happen in the time you spent drifting from Ursus after leaving Victoria, but I can feel it. From your flame, strong and weak, profound and superficial, angry and remorseful. She's a sinner from Reunion. Don't think too highly of yourself, Draco. Ah, the little flower. Your team's not too far away. You must be concerned for her. It doesn't matter. This isn't the first time Reunion is up against a strong foe. Dublin's forces. You already erred by not calling in your high-speed battleships immediately. We'll kill you before your drones arrive. I'll do my best, and everything it takes to kill you. Your desires and ambitions, we don't care for them. I'm in no mood to listen to your Red Dragon chat with Tallulah. All I know is that you'll die. For sure. Enough with that look. All of us have no wish for this to continue, right? Alright, Tallulah, other descendant of the Red Dragon. Even if you reject me, and your actions have wholly nothing to do with my Tara, but your fury, resistance, desires, and answers, your end lies with me too. Let us treat today's meeting as a first prophecy. Tara's loyal servants shall come here, one after the other. Go, Reunion. Bring some chaos to Victoria and create some opportunities for us. The next time we meet, one Red Dragon is bound to bite the other to death.
There's Chen. Why is she in a cave?
That's enough hiding. Come out already. It's only going to become more humid after tonight's fall. And you won't be able to light the firewood you got.
Who are you?
You're infected. Doesn't matter. I'm the same. I won't harm you or anything. There's no need to be so wary. I'm not lying. I really am infected.
You're not a Victorian?
I'm from Yin.
What's a Yinese doing here?
My family came here for business and got caught up in the war. I was going to evacuate with them and I accidentally contracted oropathy. So they left me behind.
Huh. Everyone's on terror to the infected everywhere. Your luck sure sucks. But we can't help you either.
I can tell. You don't even have a way to start a fire, so you're probably no arts user. Don't seem to be hunters either. So you won't live for more than a few days. Getting captured by the military as an infected, or by the Sark as a Victorian, either way is a terrible way to go, right?
So...
I can help you get a fire going at least. Watch.
Whoa, it's really burning. It was that easy? Thank you so much, Yenny's lady. What about you? Do you need us for anything?
The sky is getting darker. Can I rest here for the night? I'll leave at first light tomorrow.
How is a foreign refugee like you this calm and unruffled? And your sword, even I can tell it ain't no some ordinary blade.
You're right. I'm what they call a Zhao Biao in Yin, like the messengers here. I'm pretty skilled, and not a stranger to traversing adverse conditions either. Surviving the wild isn't that difficult for me.
You helped us start the fire. I'll leave it at that. I'll admit, what we did, even if it's the soldiers who found out. As long as the Sarkas don't catch us. It's not like they'll reward you with a feast. Is that worth discussing when we don't even have a crumb to eat right now? Those reunion crazies, they're the reason why it's so dire for us now.
Reunion?
You haven't heard? Well, you've only been recently infected after all. They're a band of infected, and we were all counting on them to be our saviors.
You fought over something?
We robbed the Sarkas, but they were of the opinion that we killed one of their infected countrymen. Sarkas, countrymen, my daughter's dead because of them. My daughter, my girl,
Did they have a leader?
9. Yeah, she's the one who chased us away. There was another one they called Guard, but he's dead. I really want to roast something for dinner. I don't know what reunion is exactly, but the group we encountered are a bunch of hypocrites who belong in the dumpster. What? You want me to shake hands with the Sarkas and make peace? I'll beat the next one I see to death. Right, remember the rumors we always heard from the Ursus Tundra? Tallulah? Shiro the infected, she didn't seem much of at all like that to me. I remember she was always trailing behind 9 and never said anything more than a few words. The hearsay from those old infected weren't worth shite. 9 might have been the actual decision maker all along. This is all just useless banter. It's too late for you to join them, Yenny's fella.
Where did they go?
And how would I know? Back then, I left in a huff with this guy in tow. I remember there being a messenger station in this direction, about a dozen kilometers from here.
An early rest for us today, then. We have to get back on the road tomorrow.
Nothing unusual to report. Did you hear? The dukes seem to have bumped into each other. Duke Windermere sacrificed herself when the other lords can no longer sit still either. Oh, the bad man's legendary tale is still in my mobile terminal. Legends are useless now, but do you know who was keeping watch here at Chetley before we took command? I thought the Sarkas seized this place long ago. Could they have been stragglers from some army? Maybe it's the Londinium Citizen Self-Salvation Corps. Rumors abound that they're still active. That's ace. They managed to stand up to the Sarkas even though there's no decent equipment to be found here. Yeah, they're definitely veterans roaming about the country who can take on 100 alone. Right? No way, they're just some local thugs or worker riffraff. The scouts sent their intel. Basically, it was pretty much what the commander predicted, which was impossible to predict. Meh. Send it to the tent. I can't make heads or tail of it either. The Sarkas army's methods are just too unconventional. Wait. The scouts say they detected a strange squad identification code. Want to report it together? The Exemplars? Isn't that named from the War of the Thor Nations? What am I supposed to tell them? Our scout saw a specter.
The Exemplars. Know anything about them?
Oh, I'm afraid the Duke of Fife's 4th Infantry Battalion, that's no longer important.
Aye. You're just an infected now. I'm basically a deserter. Huh. We're both in a wee bit of a pickle, aren't we? Don't think I'd have to be so overcautious here in Shetley.
Bagpipe, I can't find this funny at all. Shetley is now under the Army's jurisdiction, so are we...
Yeah. I'm sure you have no clue how enchanting the hay piles are this time of year. I want to celebrate with my army chums back home. But I can't expose myself so easily like that. They treat deserters no better than foul beasts on the chopping block for dinner.
You're a good one, miss. I'm sure you can sort out this misunderstanding.
Tell me that a year back and I might have believed you. The Exemplars. Ain't that the Tempest Platoon's former name?
Why is Bagpipe in Shetley? Why did she split up from Chin? Still following me? You seem strong and we haven't eaten at all the past 2 days. We're all fellow infected, aren't we? We'll travel together for a while more. You might be able to see the station you mentioned after this hillside. Or maybe it's been smashed to bits. Wait, look, over there, people, right? Right. Stay calm. Their numbers are limited, and at the very least... Wait, hold on. They're Victorians, I can see them. Are they a squad of refugees? I can see some soldier guards, too. What do we do? This is much better than running into Sarkaz, but we're infected. How are we gonna be... The infected already abandoned us, so we might as well ask them for food and then starve to death out here. Besides, think about it. How many people are gonna emerge from this war with oropathy? Surely they'll let us live somehow. Of course. Definitely. For sure. I'm sure they will. I'll go take a look. Hey! Heavens. What are we gonna do if those soldiers do turn hostile? And, you're a Yanese, what if... I think you can ease up on the anxiety. Look, they seem to be getting along well. Huh? It really doesn't look like it. Or it really does look like it. He's waving. I'll go over. Chin watches the two infected mingle with their compatriots. Vigilant talking, casual chatting. Soon someone puts their arms on their shoulders, and their cheery chatter reaches Chin's ears. Chin stays at her spot for a long time. Yanese lady! I talked with them. We can travel together. Huh? Where'd she go? You beat a Sarkaz to death. Hell yeah, you're our heroes. Huh. Oh gosh, the Duke of Castor, what was her voice? They split during Reed's event? I don't remember that happening, but maybe. You finally replied to my invitation, Duke Godoin. It seems that even you realize how serious the situation is. Oh snap, it's the Duke of Godoin. Look at this man. Yes, it's gotten so serious that our cautious Duke Castor has actually left her territory to grace the front lines in person. A Victorian Duke has died on the battlefield. How many years has it been since something like this has happened? Quite a few of our fellow nobles suspect you behind your back. You know, after all, everyone knows you never got along with the Duke of Windermere. That stubborn Windermere would never support your little plot to take over Londinium.
But I know it wouldn't be you. You'll welcome any loss she suffers, even if it were major, but now your problems are only increased with her death. In fact, all of us here have attracted a big problem. There are rumors from outside that the young Duke Godwin today is obsessed with notions of romance and lacks the wisdom and wits of his house. It seems that our country has become so weak that we've exhausted our ability to understand people. Don't flatter me. I'm only disinclined to care about other matters, yours included. Alas, why does this war compel us to face our responsibilities? All I can do is to walk out to the winery and throw myself down at the table today. And for this end, I've even brought a friend. It was not easy to bring him off his high-speed battleship. To think the Duke of Wellington would grace us with his presence. My time grows short. I hear you met some troubles on the front line. The Noxahir King is not an easy enemy to deal with. No more than just a sarcasm. You must take care of yourself. After all, you're already... I'm not at the age where I need you to tell me how old I am. The stalemate on the front line will soon end, and Windermere's defeat will have a minimal impact on the war situation. We'll be able to retake the front lines in no time. Your valiant march onwards has caused the ducal armies to clash with the Sarkaz military on all fronts. It's not enough. We must execute an effective offensive, then continue defending our fragmented defenses to win this war. Our counterattack must begin. I agree. A rare sight for the two of you to... A rare sight to see the two of you in agreement. Londinium is now officially declared to be under Sarkaz occupation. This means they no longer have a need to hide. This does not bode well for us at all. My follow-up units will assemble in 3 days. We suffered some losses in the previous war, but Wellington's battleships will still be the first to rush into the storm. I will participate as well, and see to it that the Dukes of Normandy and Fife join our efforts. Abercrombie and Ashworth will, of course, also be reasonable people. What an unprecedented sight to behold, the Dukes speeding to Londinium on their battleships to shell the city walls. I hope there won't be a second time. Inform your troops that I will take command in this battle. Naturally. Well then, if you excuse me, there are many matters waiting for me to handle on the front lines. And just like that, truly a swift and decisive man. I grew up listening to the tales of the Empire's death knell, but I didn't think his hair would actually turn completely white. Forming a military alliance with the other dukes used to be an earth-shaking affair, but now look at us. We can't even have a presentable meeting. Judging from his words, he's become a stubborn old man unwilling to admit his setbacks. Duke Castor, I know nothing about war, but looking at old Wellington's condition, I fear we won't be able to completely trust him. Castor? Indeed, trust. No, it's nothing. I merely recalled some past events from my youth. Oh, old Wellington. He conceals his impatience, his unease, and even his shortcomings. He is getting older as well. He can't fool me, it's all fake. You've known him for a long time. Far too many years, even from when I was just a little girl with no experience. What are your thoughts on the matter? Look in his eyes as he spoke of the Noxahir King as exactly the same as it used to be in his youth. Be it friend or foe, he is like a beast, thirsting to tear the others to feast on their blood. to rip out their entrails, chew their bones, and swallow them. Hunt, devour, grow. He has always been this sort of warrior. The old man's appetite has always been good. Who was already in Duke Wellington's belly when you met him? Ivan Yevgenovich Hornkunfshun, as well as Corsica the First. I see. You really were quite young back then. There used to be a saying among the nobles in Castor territory, regarded as an ominous symbol. Victoria only has one true duke after the War of Four Nations, for we restricted and weakened him after that fort more than 60 years ago. And people forget about heroes in peacetime, and nobles repel the death knell in their fear. He revealed his fatigue earlier. But I think of, and I've always been thinking of something, the smile on his face when we were both young, flashed towards the endless expanse of the battlefield. He stood side by side with the Emperor of Ursus. He witnessed the Witch King's arts. He saw the greatest of monarchs dismantle the largest modern cities to exist. How can someone like him willingly throw himself to the slaughter? So you're telling me our man who has had no choice but to swallow his pride for decades and might still be Victoria's strongest general has divulged his true feelings? You're the one who invited him to the table. You know him. You know he has a trump card up his sleeve. I'm feeling a little chilly. The wind outside tonight is rather strong. Chilly? Be sure not to catch a cold, Duke Godwin. Of course not. Please be at ease. Despite what everyone says about me, I really am lazy and would rather much stay in my lovely estate appreciating the countryside view than be on a battleship. But I do like winter. Aha, got it.
You tinkering the radio equipment again? Didn't I already tell you multiple times, Closure? Our recent patrols haven't gone far enough to pick up any signals coming from inside Londinium.
I already told you so many times I'm a Rhodes Island engineer. Look, my equipment specially made for Rhodes Island communications can now receive signals from other channels after my mini modifications. Let's see.
Londinium Self-Salvation Corps broadcast, electric current noise. Repeat. Commander Clovicia and the other members who have not left are still fighting. Repeat. We need backup. Commander Clovicia, I knew she and the others were fine. We need to hurry and tell everyone about this.
Great. They're all right. I'm done debugging this tool in my hands. Wait, there's another message from Rhodes Island channel. It can't be. What happened to Blaze and the rest with her? And what's with all the regular infected?
Electric current noise. The disembarkment application for Londinium Victoria has been approved. Local branch operators, please make preparations. Repeat, please make preparations.
Blaze. Is Blaze gonna show up?
So many books here, and not even a vegetable stem to be found.
These two? Hold on. We've come full circle at these two guys?
The number of books won't matter if we can't find any stems. Are you sure we can't find something edible here? If we don't, Then we can just kick down some house door after. Will they put up a fight? We already took them away. Oh man, I'm beat. Life is so much simpler before. Swinging our sword, cut someone down, swing again, cut some down another, and then boom, money. But now, we can't even find a single stem to eat. Is Londinium still considered victorious now? I mean, we occupied it, so does it count as a new city of ours now? Or is it still victorious? I don't know. All I know is the clouds have been gathering lately. The top of that building is extremely unusual. What's there to worry about? That's where the regent is. Do you hear a strange noise? Nah. That's so strange. There it is. A huge figure emerges from the shadows. An array of light blazes through the deathly still streets. It raises its heavy right arm and then harshly drops it. Charles Lynch. The armor falls into silence, like it was just an illusion. Faint fire seeping from its helmet is the only sign that it still lives. There she is. She stretches out her hand to touch the knight, but is forced to refrain from the residual heat on the armor. The armor remains silent. Episode 13, The Whirlpool That Is Passion. End. Except not really, JK. I thought she was in the suit, but I guess the suit's still on its own, doing its thing. Your Highness, what are you looking at? Dark clouds. The shard's energy is gathered. According to the Confessori research, a device like this is able to manipulate Oranginium's reactions. Will also be able to control that piece of Oranginium. The Dukes have begun mobilizing their forces, and in a few days... No, I don't mean the clouds here. What's about to happen in Londinium is set in stone. Manfred, you were born in Castle. What does it look like in your memories? It was already the hub unit of your nomadic city when I was growing up. My memories of the place, the sky was always overcast, even worse when victorious skies, to be honest. There was always a pungent stench of industrial waste in the air. Would you then place... Would you can that place... What? Would you call... It must be call. Would you call that place home? I would. Really? I was thinking how we Sarkaz always travel within a haze. We are determined to tear the clouds apart. But when everything is finally revealed, the true calamity will follow. Will we make it in time? I hope the light I've been looking at can still shine then, even if I'm already in the depths of the darkness. I figured we killed the guy and then, or I guess technically we fled, but I figured Allerdale took the suit. I was hoping Allerdale took the suit. But cool, the Steam Knight's his own guy, I guess, that's fine. Very cool.
Have you been doing well lately, Doctor?
Another solid episode. Got the new Misty City theme, nice. Let's use it. New Dollkeeper, Hollerdale. Or Duel. Counteroffer, Artificer. I think that would make sense. Because she can give shields to other people. And also, she liked the Steam Knight armor stuff, so like she knows how to do that. She knows how to use those things and whatnot. Also, if you looked at her cloak that she was wearing in her silhouette, it had like tools on the belt and stuff. Just saying. I was focused somewhere else. Eyes. At the Steam Knight armor, right? Yeah, the Steam Knight armor is super cool. Well, there you have it. Episode 13. We'll look into challenge mode the rest of the week. Yeah, H levels are after that. If we let's see how that goes. This wasn't the hardest boss, and none of the enemies are as annoying as last episodes, so like maybe it won't be too bad. I hope. Most people agree. Good. Good. But that's it for now. So thank you all for watching. Until we meet again, may the sands of time treat you well.